Good morning, everyone. Can I just check that I can be heard clearly? I'm on a new system this morning. Thank you, Mr. Ginnivan. Good morning and welcome to day 11 of the Fingerboards Environment Effects Inquiry and Advisory Committee. We have, going back to the proponent's case in just a minute, we have a number of matters of morning business. Firstly, Mr. Morris, if I can ask if there's been any progress on the issue of the terms of engagement.
Can you talk now, please?
Testing.
Yes, I have you now, thank you.
Thank you. And just
I'm
bear
sorry
with me.
about
Yes, Mr. Morris, just going to you in relation to the terms of engagement issue from last
yes.
week, if there's any progress.
Yes, I've arranging for that to be uploaded.
Thank you. We'll have a look at that in due course. Second matter I have is the order of experts for East Gippsland Shire Council. Ms. Porritt, do we have a settling on that as yet?
No, I'm sorry, so we don't. We're still having to get onto our experts, and we have a preferred order. I don't think that we've locked them all in. I would be very disappointed if we don't have that by the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. If you can let us
We're
know
just
as
a couple of confirmations. I'm sorry.
yeah, thank you. If you could let us know as soon as possible.
Oh well.
The third matter I have, I'm just going to admit, just bear with me. I'm just admitting Mr. Vaughan into the room. I just want to raise one matter with him. Mr. Vaughan, can you hear me? Mr. Vaughan, environment. There, yep, I can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear me now, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, just in relation, we've received a letter this morning. It might have been late on Friday, but I've certainly only seen it this morning, which you sent to us and just to East Gippsland, as I understand it. With those sorts of letters, again, we don't receive letters from people which aren't shared. So our intention is to upload that and then respond to it once we've had time to consider it. This is the one about Ausenco and other matters. I just want to confirm that you're aware that that's what you would like us to do with it, or that's what we're going to do with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Did you receive communication from Carbar CEO Joseph Patarica? He said that he had forwarded the email communication to the panel on the 14th.
The ones I've got are the ones which I thought were attached to your letter, but I may be wrong.
If I could clarify that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Patarica replied to Mr. Vaughan's email, and yep, we're in a position to upload both his email to Mr. Patarica and Mr. Patarica's reply.
Okay. Thank you. We'll upload all that, and as I said, we haven't had a chance to have a look at it yet, but as necessary, we'll respond to it. Thanks, thanks, Mr. Vaughan. Ms. Porritt, that was also sent to you, so can I just check if you have any views on that?
I haven't had a chance to see it. I saw it probably as we logged on, so yep, I've had no chance to review it. My preference would be to have that chance before it's uploaded, but
we can hold them just for a little while, unless they've been uploaded already, Mr. Morris. I'm not sure. Let's just bear with me. Sorry, bear with me. We have quite a lot there this morning.
The file
yep,
I've got is EMF email re Ausenco.
Yeah, I don't think it's uploaded just yet. Can I perhaps just hold those, anyone who's about to upload those, including Ms. Silverage, who I know is listening in, could we just hold those until perhaps the morning break so that Ms. Porritt gets across them before they're uploaded?
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now ask if there's any other matters of morning business?
We've uploaded a lot of documents today, Mr. Chairman, being documents that I'll be referring to this afternoon. But there's no need to read them in advance. I'll take you to them this afternoon.
Thank you. Other matters of morning business? Not seeing any. Thank you. In which case we're back with you, Mr. Morris, or indeed Mr. McArdle, if he's calling your witness.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'll get Mr. McArdle to come on the screen. I'll be present, but I'll switch my camera off.
Thank you.
Good morning. We might need Mr. Carter to be promoted to the presenter room.
I can't see him as yet. Just have a look. I'm not sure he's in the other room either, unless he's under a different name.
We might need to make inquiries just to make sure he's been able to log in this morning. We haven't had any discussions with him yet, so
thank you.
Just mute.
Yes, my team says he's not there, so we'll hang around, so to speak, but we'll go off camera while we're waiting.
Yes, so I've just had confirmation. I think he was working to the 10:15 start quite religiously in the timetable. So apologies for that. I've just heard he's 2 minutes away from logging in.
Rookie mistake.
ETA.
Thank you. We'll, as I said, we'll wait, but we'll go off camera. Thank you.
Okay, we're back with Mr. Carter. I think everyone else is on the screen.
Thank you. Yes, when you're ready, Mr. McArdle.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carter, if we can just check your audio is working before we get underway.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me loudly and clearly this morning.
That's good. Thank you. So your name is Paul Carter.
That's right.
You are a transport engineer and transport planner working with Arup.
That's right.
And you have 18 years experience in this field.
That's correct.
You have prepared 4 documents or participated in the preparation of 4 documents before the IAC, and I'll just take you through those. You are the lead author of the Traffic and Transport Impact Assessment, which is Appendix 12 to the EES.
That's correct.
I'll just need you to confirm the things I put to you. So that's just to introduce these introductory matters before I turn over to you. So you also prepared a witness statement dated 2 February 2021.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Okay, and a supplementary witness statement dated 8 February 2021.
That's right, yes.
And you also participated in the traffic and transport expert meeting with Mr. Steve Hunt of Ratio and observers from the Department of Transport.
That's right, yes.
And are the facts stated in these 4 documents, to the best of your knowledge, true?
They are.
And to the extent they express opinions, are those opinions that you hold?
They are my opinions.
Okay, and do you adopt these documents as your written evidence to the IAC?
Yes.
You set out your curriculum vitae at Appendix A of your first witness statement. Do you hold the qualifications, affiliations and experience set out in that document?
I do.
And so is it correct that you hold a Bachelor of Engineering, first class honours from Monash University and a Masters of Traffic from Monash University also?
That's right, those are my qualifications.
Okay, and you prepared a PowerPoint summary that was circulated to the submitters and the IAC on Friday. I'll ask you to provide take us through that PowerPoint. There's a lot of slides in it, so I'll invite you to take some as read if you can do that, and limit yourself to no more than 30 minutes.
Okay, and yeah, thanks, Sean, and hello everybody. I guess I've been introduced, but my name is Paul Carter, and I'll be talking through the traffic and transport assessment that's been undertaken for the project. I'll move through a couple of these slides and take those as read, as per the instruction from Sean, which basically is capturing my experience and overview of what we'll talk about today and the traffic impact assessment purpose. So to move more quickly to the study area for the project, I guess it will be familiar to people, but this is focusing more on the elements related to traffic and transport. And so the study area for the assessment that we've undertaken includes the roads connecting from the site to Bairnsdale, as well as the roads that are connecting to Stratford, Traralgon and Port Anthony. There's been a particular focus on the roads that are in the vicinity of the project area that are north of the Princess Highway, given the changes in traffic demands and profile of traffic that's expected for these roads. It focuses less on the Princess Highway and South Gippsland Highway, given that these are B-double approved routes currently, and they're high order classification A-class standard roads. In terms of the product transport route options, these will be generally familiar, but to just retouch on those, we have the post-Avon River Bridge option 1, or the preferred option, as it's been identified by CalBar, which is a new rail siding in Fernbank East and the connection through a private haul road. The alternative, which is post-Avon River Bridge option 2, as referred to in this assessment, involves product transport via road along Bairnsdale-Dargo Road, then now Glenalladale Road and Princess Highway, then utilising Racecourse Road, Forge Creek Road and Bosworth Road for the connection into the Bairnsdale rail siding. And we're talking about 40 return B-double movements per day for both option 1 and option 2. Then for an alternative, if option 1 or option 2 were to not proceed, is the pre-Avon River Bridge option, which involves the movement to Maryvale rail siding and to Port Anthony, with the trips 20 return B-double movements to each of those destinations. So in terms of traffic generation associated with the project, the construction phase is expected to be a period of 2 years and have approximately 130 workers on site across a typical day. This is working 2 12-hour shifts with approximately 75% during day shift and 25% during night shift. This is expected to generate in the order of 150 return trips per day, which consists of 20 heavy vehicle movements and 130 light vehicle return trips. During operations, there's expected to be, over the 20-year period, there's expected to be 120 workers on site across 2 12-hour shifts, with a similar day-night shift split to that's proposed for construction. So this will be 160 return vehicle trips that are expected, consisting of 40 heavy vehicle trips and 120 light vehicle return trips. The heavy vehicle trips would be B-doubles used for product transport during operation. In our assessment, a conservative assumption has been made for both phases, the construction and the operation phase, in that light vehicles will be the main form of transport for the workforce travelling to or from the site, with one vehicle per person. In terms of the destinations of the workforce, approximately 55% are estimated to arrive from Bairnsdale, utilising Bairnsdale-Dargo Road to the site. Approximately 8% from Lindenau South, and then 37% or the balance, which is from the west, from Sale and Stratford and the like. So the heavy vehicles would use declared roads, and there's a number of roads in the vicinity of the project that are also proposed to be diverted to facilitate mining activities, which I'll touch on later on in the presentation. So just to touch on the methodology briefly, our study started back in March 2017, where we gathered information on the project, the existing conditions, and undertook a desktop assessment. This was supplemented by site investigations and stakeholder consultation, which was predominantly in May 2017. There's been a number of points of engagement since that through the TRG process, meetings with each Gippsland Shire Council in November 2018. And I guess through this process, we've developed the assessment framework for the project. We then undertook an assessment of the impacts against this framework and classified the risks, and then developed mitigation measures and identified the residual risk and prepared a report. As you can see here, the process of the impact assessment was iterative, and that the project was further developed and refined, and our assessment was repeated to consider additional options that were being developed for the project. So I'll take the following slides as read in the interest of time, and so I'll move through these quickly to the actual summary diagrams that you'll see in a few slides' time, which focus on the actual outcomes of this assessment. But these slides are really taking through what the assessed risk actually is as an inherent risk, and then what the mitigations are that were developed to respond to those risks, and what the residual risk is. So we'll move through these and down to the diagrams. This is basically taking us through the risks as they relate to all options, the preferred option, the alternative options, and then the risks that apply specifically for the post-Avon River Bridge option 2 and the pre-Avon River Bridge assessment. So with that in mind, I guess these slides, the next 3 slides, summarise the mitigations, and I'll talk through some of the impacts that are associated with that. For the preferred option, or option 1 at Fernbank East, the mitigations are focused around the project area and the haul road, as well as lighting upgrades. So this includes a roundabout that's proposed to address the crash risk at the intersection of Bairnsdale-Dargo Road and Fernbank-Glenalladale Road, which is associated with the geometry. It's across intersection sort of movements and B-double turning movements that would be to and from Bairnsdale-Dargo Road during operation. And I guess for clarity on that point, whilst the haul road is being provided to Fernbank East, there would be some heavy vehicle trips, a low number of heavy vehicle trips that will still be associated with the operation, which would be for the movement of things like diesel and flocculant and the like. Other mitigations, a signalised intersection is proposed at the haul road crossing to address and facilitate the risks associated with B-doubles crossing Fernbank-Glenalladale Road. And so this would be a signalised intersection with advanced warning signs with flashing lights, reduction in the speed limit to 80 kilometres an hour, as well as improvements to lighting, given the 24/7 nature of the operation. Local sealing and introduction of an operational overlay is proposed sort of at the crossing of Chettles Road and at Cowes Lane, again to manage the interactions, albeit with very low numbers of vehicles on these roads that may occur over the 20-year life of the project. Touched on lighting a little, but lighting improvements are also recommended at the Fernbank Glenalladale Road and Princess Highway intersection, given the workforce movement that will be travelling from the west of the site to the project area, as well as at the Lindenau Glenalladale Road intersection, Majority of the other intersections, or those that will be significantly impacted by the options, already have existing lighting. So for option 2, the mitigations are focused on the product transport route to Bairnsdale. So this includes a new roundabout and a transport operation management plan. I didn't touch on the transport operation management plan in the previous slide, but I guess that's something that's overarching for all of the options. It's a method that would be looking to align with what the regulatory requirements are and laws relating to national heavy vehicles, which is laid down by the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, and is looking to deal with things like fatigue and speeding, and also fitness for work, and they're sort of really key important considerations for the actual operation of B-doubles on the road network. So that applies for option 1, option 2, and option 3, the Transport Operation Management Plan. Other measures that are associated with option 2 specifically. So there remains the roundabout as per option 1. There's also roundabouts that are proposed for the Princes Highway at Lindenow Glenalladale Road and at Racecourse Road. And this is to address the safety impact associated with B-doubles turning to and from the Princes Highway, and looking to align, I guess, the operation of that intersection with a safe system approach. It's also proposed to limit the hours of operation of B-double movements through Lindenow South. This is particularly around the school in Lindenow South, and so looking to limit the operation of heavy vehicles between the school zone hours, which is sort of 8 till 9:30 and 2:30 till 4. That would also have some other benefits for the township of Walper, connecting into the schools in Lindenow. It's also proposed to upgrade the level crossing, which is in Lindenow South, to provide boom gates. So currently it doesn't provide boom gates, but given the number of heavy vehicles that will be moving along this section of the network and the 24/7 nature of the operation, it is recommended that the level crossing be upgraded to provide boom gates. There are also some minor improvements that are recommended at the intersection of Bairnsdale-Dargo Road and Lindenow Glenalladale Road, which are line marking treatments to manage the way in which vehicles would interact with B-double movements that may be travelling up the hill that goes towards Walper. Also, some improvements through the bends along Racecourse Road and Forge Creek Road. Similar to what I've discussed previously, there's also been an upgrade to lighting where the roundabout controls are proposed, and retaining the recommendation for improved lighting at Fernbank and Glenalladale Road and Princes Highway. Lastly then, the recommendation in relation to road assets is to implement an asset protection plan, and that would apply to Bairnsdale-Dargo Road, Lindenow Glenalladale Road, and then also the local roads that provide connection into the rail siding in Bairnsdale. They are already B-double approved routes. However, the change in demands that are estimated as a result of the project and our observations on site suggest that there would be appropriate that there's an agreement in place to be able to protect those assets and make sure that they're maintained in the right condition to be able to operate sustainably and successfully both during the project and post the project. So we've also undertaken some work post the EES, so post our report being finished in April of last year. So this included additional traffic counts that were collected in November 2020, which were at Lindenow Glenalladale Road.
Sorry, Mr. Carter, have you moved on to your next? Oh, it might have just been slow on my end. Sorry.
Yeah, that's. I won't blame the technology for that one. That was probably me. So on the issue of traffic counts, so additional traffic counts were undertaken on Lindenow Glenalladale Road through Lindenow South. And they showed probably some similar level of volumes to those that were recorded in the assessment, albeit a little higher in the November 2020 counts, but quite similar during the peak periods. However, the traffic counts in Walper were notably different. So they were estimated 130 vehicles per day based on publicly available information on Vic Road's website. And then the counts in November 2020 suggested that the demands are closer to 1,000 vehicles per day. Now, this is most likely because the VicRoads data is generalised by segment. So when we're talking about the section in question that would form the basis of our assessment, it was between Walper and Dargo, and there would be probably some variations along the length of that road that you would expect given the land uses that are in the area and the like. And so the additional data collection has helped to clarify that. So I guess for this reason, the assessment was updated with new volumes as outlined in my evidence statement. The outcomes of the revised assessment continue to show that the intersections operate well within acceptable limits from a capacity perspective. And it does show that the relative increase in heavy vehicle volumes associated with the project are lower, but that's because the base existing conditions traffic is higher. In terms of other work undertaken since the EES, we've added some additional detail on the Transport Operations Management Plan to highlight the typical interventions that will be required under National Heavy Vehicle Law. We've also undertaken and received some additional detail for train movements and some other traffic movements that are expected during operation and construction. The additional detail on train movements included the current status of CalBar's discussions with DOT in relation to securing train paths to Melbourne and also the engineering capacity of the Gippsland line. As I mentioned, there are also some updates to the estimates of traffic volumes during operation and construction, which were essentially the additional information that's provided post our assessment in relation to the workforce that might be associated with the construction of the diverted roads, as well as some additional operational movements, which I've touched on earlier in this presentation, for the movement of diesel and flocculant and waste. For the diesel, waste and flocculant, it's estimated there'd be approximately 2 additional return vehicle movements by heavy vehicles per day. And then for the road construction, the estimate is this is in the order of 10 return vehicle trips per day as provided by CalBar. Given that these are ad hoc movements and the nature of construction might have high periods of intensity, for the purpose of my evidence, I've assumed that there would be in the order of 20 additional return vehicles per day. Overall, with this information, this updated information provided, the volumes are still low, and the change of these additional movements is low, and it doesn't change any of the findings of the assessment. Then the last point that's shown there, I've also reviewed the road diversion drawings that were prepared by CalBar and provided to ARP, and the same day as was provided to the IAC. And I'll discuss this in a little bit further detail as we go through the responses submissions. So in terms of submissions, a total of 85 submissions related to traffic and transport. There's also the Traffic and Transport Conclave that Mr McArdle has touched on, which was held over 2 days on the 12th of April 2021, 15th of April 2021. I'll run through each of these themes in the remainder of this presentation, but you can see them there on page. So in terms of submissions and existing conditions data, so commentary was made regarding traffic data used in the study, in particular how the data was collected, whether it was collected during the pandemic or pre-pandemic, and whether it considered seasonality. It was also discussed at the Traffic and Transport Conclave and is the subject of some of the items in the joint report. So public available information was used for the majority of the assessments. This was supplemented with 15-minute counts of traffic turning movements at selected locations during the site visit that was undertaken in 2018. So that was pre-COVID. Some data was also provided by Wellington Shire Council and East Gippsland Shire Council. Now, this level of data collection and the data collection that was undertaken is considered appropriate for the investigations that are required for this stage of the project. As I've mentioned, recent traffic counts were also conducted in November 2020 at 2 locations around Walpole and Lindendale South, and then we've updated the assessment based on that updated information. In terms of seasonality, whilst the volumes used for the traffic and transport assessment were based on typical weekday volumes, we did undertake analysis into seasonality, so across a 12-month period. This was carried out for the Princess Highway, where increases in traffic were notable during the weekends and long weekends and school holiday periods. And this aligns with the observations that we've also done in those periods. Those seasonal effects have informed the identification of some of the mitigation measures that have been selected, such as the type of intersections for improvements at roundabouts on the Princess Highway, and some of the recommendations to avoid product transport and road construction during the very busy times of the year, so at the beginning and end of school holidays, for example, and on long weekends. So the table that you can see here extends upon the discussion at the Traffic and Transport Conclave and includes Mr. Hunt, who was instructed and on behalf of East Gippsland Shire Council, and it captures some of his views of the required data. I guess it shows that there's agreement on the form of data collection for the declared roads where the impacts for the project options are more notable. And then there's some differences in terms of the local roads and intersections. The local roads use data which is provided by local government, and this really focuses on for option 1 and option 2 and the Pre-Avon River Bridge scenario, Fernbank Glenalladale Road, south of Bairnsdale Dargo Road, where data was provided by East Gippsland Shire Council, and the request is for 7-day classified counts, updated counts at all locations, including Fernbank Glenalladale Road. The remainder is related to option 2, which is the access route from the Princess Highway to the siding in Bairnsdale. The other points of difference, I guess, that we can talk to here is that the assessment has used link counts. So when we're talking about link counts, it's the ones that are described up here in the table, which is the publicly available information or the classified counts that were undertaken specifically in November, as well as 15-minute turning movement counts. And that was particularly for the intersections that are close to the built-up areas where higher demands are expected, and there'd be more sensitivity to the change in volumes. When we're in the very much the more isolated or rural areas, it was a combination of the link count data that was provided, as well as assumptions in terms of what those turning movements would be. I guess it's my opinion that the data that's provided is adequate for understanding the likely impacts, and particularly given that the volumes are low and that a conservative assessment approach has been adopted, which I'll talk about further in the following slide. So as I mentioned, the assessment takes a conservative approach to understanding the impacts. We're assuming 2.5% compound growth for 10 years after opening, which means that we're lifting the existing volumes by around 34%. And in terms of undertaking assessment post the mine operation 10 years after opening. This assumes that, the assessment also assumes that trips to and from the site occur simultaneously. So in reality, given the shift changeover times is what's actually going to be driving the demand, they'll be separated in time, with trips that are travelling to start a shift occurring before the shift changeover time, and then those that are post a shift completion would occur after the shift changeover time. And given that some of the trips are travelling to the likes of Bairnsdale, there'd be additional sort of travel time that further separates when those movements would occur. However, for our assessment, we've assumed that they've occurred at the same time. Other than near Bairnsdale, we've also assumed that the project traffic coincides with the wider peak on the road network. So you can see here some charts that are showing basically the demand on Princess Highway east of Lindenau-Glenalladale Road, and then on Lindenau-Glenalladale Road itself. What you can see in yellow is the peak periods that were adopted for the assessment. And then what you can see there in green highlights when the workforce traffic would more likely travel, given the 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. shift changeover times.
You might just hover your mouse over this bit because it's hard to see on the screen. Thanks.
Okay. So this is the peak that was adopted for the assessment and used for the basis for then uplifting the volumes to 10 years after opening and undertaking the performance assessments relating to capacity of intersections and road link level of service. In reality, and I guess for clarity, what we have done is we've then added the project generated traffic on top of this expanded peak. In reality, the trips would actually be occurring more likely during this period in the AM and then in this period in the PM, which is not when the actual peak on the rest of the road network is occurring. So I've undertaken, I guess, a conservative assessment to be able to, I guess, understand if there is any change to what that workforce time could actually occur, or to represent, I guess, a more conservative assessment that can then inform what our methodology is that we're using to then assess what those demands are, which I'll touch on in the next slide. So I guess just to tie off, as I've mentioned, given the approach that we've taken to using publicly available information, given that we've taken a conservative approach, I see that it's my opinion that the data collected is adequate for understanding the traffic efficiency impacts as part of the EES. There may be some value in undertaking more data collection post the EES in terms of designing particular intersection treatments as part of preparing asset protection agreement and those types of things. They're also, I guess, related to some of the discussion around traffic data. There was some commentary in relation to the methodology and the intersections that were assessed. So I guess to summarise, all intersections are expected to operate within capacity, so level of service of A and a volume capacity ratio for the intersections, which varies between 0.09 and 0.53. So the intersections are about half of their total capacity is what they would be operating at. We've used a simplified assessment methodology, which draws upon some guidance from the US. It's a simplified assessment using CAPEX is the name of that methodology. And this simplified methodology was adopted for the rural environments, with additional SIDRA modelling undertaken at key intersections that were closer to the urban areas where there may be some more sensitivity to what the change in traffic demands might actually be. We also undertook some validation as to the CAPEX approach as opposed to using SIDRA. And you can see here what's shown in the table is what the volume capacity ratio would be using the CAPEX methodology that's in our report, and then the same assessment, same demands undertaken using SIDRA. And I guess it just highlights that the CAPEX assessment is a conservative way of estimating what the performance of intersections would be. Similar to, I guess, the discussion around existing conditions data, additional detailed analysis might be appropriate for further design phases, but it's my opinion that it would not change the outcomes of the assessment in the EES and will likely show an improved intersection performance if we were to use SIDRA more widely. It's noted that there was general agreement that additional traffic data or assessment would not materially impact the traffic capacity analysis as per item 7 of the conclave report. So I'll now move to the road designs and diversions. So commentary and submissions queried whether there was sufficient geometric details to independently verify that the realignment of public roads was appropriate and if this conforms with the relevant design requirements. So the road designs as documented in the EES for the project were developed by Calbar with support from Crosco Consulting. We've then assessed what that looks like and provided recommendations that are in our assessment. This includes the spacing of intersections with a recommendation of between 150 and 200 metres between intersections. We recommended in relation to the EES road alignment drawings that the distribution of legs at the roundabout intersection are as close to even as possible. There's obviously a trade-off between having that 90-degree sort of separation between each of the legs and maintaining simple wayfinding for the diverted road for those that are travelling on Bairnsdale-Dargo Road. Also an expectation that diversions would meet the relevant standards and requirements of the responsible road authority. We'd also expect that as we go through further stages of development, there'd be additional design, additional review, road safety audits and the like, and consultation and close engagement with the responsible authorities. We'd also expect that further detail will be provided in terms of the vertical geometry as a part of that process. You can see here, which has just popped up on screen, is what the spacing is between intersections. Hopefully you can see that down here, which is suggesting that the spacing is around about 200, 250 metres, which accords well with what our recommendation is in the assessment. So updated drawings showing road deviations and intersection geometry in the vicinity of the project and the layout of the haul road and rail siding were provided to ARUP on the 18th of January. And the preliminary review is undertaken as documented in my evidence. Similar to the EES road alignment plans, the road designs for the project were prepared by CalBar and with support of Crossco Consulting. In terms of findings from my review of these updated drawings, I guess whilst the location and timing of the diversions have changed from those that are included in the assessment, the overall network functionality has been maintained across the stages of the diversions. The use of Fernbank Glen Alladale Road, which you'll see here, south of Bairnsdale Dargo Road, is required for site access until years 3 or 4, and this differs from the assessment that was undertaken as part of the EES. Previously, the site access from or to the site, so the access, the predominant access to the site, was provided directly from Bairnsdale Dargo Road at year 0. So this update will rely on access to the site, utilising the existing intersection until years 3 and 4, or the realigned intersection until years 3 or 4, and where this section of the road is expected to remain the responsibility of East Gippsland Shire. When it comes to option 1, as I've mentioned, the predominant movement of B doubles will be via a haul road, but there'll be some occasional movements that are associated with the likes of diesel and flocculant and waste. Diesel is expected to use B doubles, and this section of Fernbank Glen Alladale Road, or the entirety of Fernbank Glen Alladale Road, isn't approved for B doubles, so it would require approval of East Gippsland Shire and would likely require some sort of overlay or agreement in terms of asset protection.
And how many vehicles are you envisaging B doubles using this road for that up to 3 to 4 year period?
I think it's 6 B doubles a week, which is for the movement of diesel.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wimbush, I might just take an indication here. We've been going for about 30 minutes now, or just a little over. I think there's only a handful of slides left to go for Mr. Carter. So I suppose I'll invite Mr. Carter to get through the remainder as best he can, but obviously mindful of the time as well.
Thanks, Mr. McArdle. I'm happy to continue if Mr. Carter could wrap up in perhaps 5 or 10 minutes. That'd be good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Look, to touch on here with the road diversion plans, there's a roundabout that's proposed. I see that that's an appropriate form of intersection treatment, particularly given that it's a new type of a new intersection that's being introduced, and it aligns well with the Safe Systems approach to provide a roundabout at that location. In terms of some areas of refinement from the updated plans that were provided, the site access that's proposed is close to a localised crest. There'd be potentially a need to either shift the intersection further north, or as a part of the rebuild of sections of Fernbank Glen Alladale Road, look to change the vertical alignment through this area to be able to provide an appropriate design standard. In terms of spacing between intersections, under the revised arrangement, we have perhaps less than desirable spacing between intersections, and there'd be a need to shift the haul road intersection site access further north as well. As I've mentioned, similar to the ES drawings, you'd expect that there would be further engagement with DOT and reviews and road safety audits as a part of the progression of these road designs and diversions. To touch on a couple of other issues here, and mindful of time, the haul road crossing of Fernbank Glen Alladale Road was raised in submissions. My view is that the key design considerations here are about the existing traffic volumes, what the geometry actually is, the speed environment, the delays, and what types of vehicles are proposed. Based on what we see out on site, we're talking about it's mostly flat and straight the speeds of 100 k's an hour, you can see the delays are expected to be minimal with 6 to 8 movements per hour, and the volumes are low. Based on this, traffic signals are considered appropriate and would respond to what some of the issues are that these key design considerations, including a reduction of the speed limit to 80 kilometres an hour and the provision of lighting. In terms of what would require further consideration of grade separation, in my opinion, I think it would be if the design considerations were quite different to what's actually shown. So if the volumes were much higher, if the geometry was more constrained, if the delays were going to be triggering, were going to be significant, or if they weren't looking to use B-double vehicles and using mining trucks and the like. With that in mind, there is an example here of Wombolano Road, which does include traffic signals and boom gates to allow mining dump trucks, in this case, to cross Wombolano Road up in northwest Victoria. So there's precedent in terms of the type of treatment. In terms of roundabouts on Princess Highway, we see that they're appropriate from a safety perspective. It aligns well with safe system principles. It looks to minimise the speed basically at the point of conflict. So when B-doubles turn to and from the Princess Highway associated with option 2, we want to actually slow down vehicles about the way they interact to have a safe outcome there. If we have acceleration lanes and deceleration lanes, it's not possible to be able to slow down vehicles at the point of conflict. It also complies well with the hierarchy of controls that are outlined in the Austroads guides. For Racecourse Road, submissions were questioning about whether that was the appropriate route for access to the Bairnsdale rail siding. Essentially, the product transport route to Bairnsdale was discussed with East Gippsland Shire in November 2018. This included discussion around a variety of alternatives in addition to Racecourse Road, such as Collins Street or Forge Creek Road. We then developed this option and incorporating the feedback that was received, and then it was also presented to the Technical Reference Group in December 2018. We understand that now the position is that Collins Street is more preferred, and ultimately Racecourse Road isn't a B-double approved route and Collins Street is. So if East Gippsland Shire require that is the preferred route, it remains a viable alternative, but would require some additional interventions. So works to the level crossing that's on Bosworth Road, as shown here, and some improvements to this intersection I would expect. I think I've touched on the management of pavement impacts, and I propose to take that as read, but can talk about that in more detail in response to questions. And then similarly, in relation to environmental capacity, it wasn't specifically the focus of our assessment, and my view is that it's more appropriately considered by other specialists that are contributing to the EES in relation to noise and vibration and the like. But we have provided some indications based on the limited guidance that there is around environmental capacity, which shows that generally most of the roads would be within that environmental capacity. However, there is an increase in heavy vehicle movements, and as I've mentioned, it would be appropriate that it's assessed by specialists rather than just using nominal thresholds as a part of the EES. So on to questions.
Okay, thank you. Just one question from me. You have recommended traffic signals rather than an underpass for the Hall Road crossing of Fernbank Glenelladale Road. Are you able to advise on how frequent trucks would need to pass over that road, and I suppose therefore how often the traffic signals would be engaged?
So under the option 1, with an understanding that there are some recommendations in relation to noise attenuation to not have a 24/7 operation. With those in mind, those issues in mind, the movements would be 6 to 8 vehicles per hour.
That's the evidence in chief, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. McArdle. I think I'll just check, Ms. Porritt, do you have some questions for this witness? Thank you. We'll just take a break there. Let's start again at 11:10. Thank you, 11:10. Okay, welcome back. Ms. Porritt, we're with you.
Thank you. Just to return to a matter I was asked about earlier, if other people wish to upload documents, we're not going to wish to stop them from doing that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Silverage, I'm not sure if you're listening, but if you could upload those, I'll message you as well. Thank you. Returning to the traffic matters. Thank you, Ms. Porritt.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Porritt. I'm acting on behalf of the East Gippsland Shire Council. We've got a number of questions. Can I start just by clarifying what options you regard as being on the table at this point? I assume that the first option, and it appears the option agreed between the traffic witnesses at least as the preferred option, is the Fernbank siding option. Am I correct about that?
That's right. The Fernbank siding option is the preferred option from a traffic and transport perspective, in my opinion.
The second and I think the outcome of the conclave indicates essentially only if option one can't be achieved or potentially for a very short interim period is the Bairnsdale option.
That would be appropriate. The preferred option is option one, and then option two from a traffic and transport perspective would be the next alternative.
And you've agreed in the conclave that really it's only appropriate if the other one either can't be achieved or is required for a short period of time. That remains your position?
That's right.
There's then two options that are referred to as the pre-Avon Bridge options. It might be thought from reading the EES that they were only to be contemplated in the event that the Avon Bridge was not built. Now, agreed, I understand it, that the Avon Bridge is built and has all manner of things running across it.
That's right. So
does it follow then that they are no longer on the table for consideration?
I think that would be a question for Carbar in terms of whether they're still being considered. In terms of whether they are viable options, they remain viable options and assessed in the EES. That would be appropriate if option one or option two were not possible for whatever reason.
But beyond noting their existence, your presentation this morning and your evidence has not addressed those with any degree of, in any degree of detail.
I've captured the summary diagrams that show the mitigations, and they are similar to what is proposed for option two, albeit that the mitigations aren't required towards Bairnsdale. Once you're connected to the Princess Highway, the mitigations that are further to the west to connect to Maryvale and Port Anthony, are minor.
But they've not been addressed in any degree of detail either in your witness statement or in your evidence today.
The focus has been on the option one and option two.
All right, so we've got 4 options so far. There's then a 5th option, or is it an option? How do you regard the January drawings that were submitted?
Can you clarify the 4 options for me?
Fernbank, Bairnsdale, pre-Avon Bridge going east, pre-Avon Bridge going west.
West, yeah. So the options in my mind are option one, which is the Fernbank east siding, option two, which is the option to travel to Bairnsdale siding, and then the pre-Avon River Bridge scenario, which is splitting trips that go to Maryvale and Port Anthony.
Well, we could agree perhaps that option 3 has 2 parts. Is that a more comfortable conception?
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm not missing an option there inadvertently. But yes, there's a splitting of the trips that goes for option. That's the Prehaven River Bridge upgrade.
And it seemed to me that it was fairly described as two options because there's no requirement to go both ways. In fact, that seemed to envisage going potentially one way or potentially the other way or potentially splitting. Is that a fair characterisation?
That's not the basis of our assessment. The basis of our assessment is that they're split 20 return B-double trips per day to the Maryvale siding and then 20 to Port Anthony.
So your assessment involves essentially locking in a 50-50 split, does it?
I think that would be appropriate for what we've assessed.
And before your clarification, I don't know that you'd answered my question as to how you regard the January information.
Is this in relation to the diversion of roads? I understand there was a variety of information that was provided in January. Can you clarify for me?
Yeah, probably a fair point, but I was interested for your purposes, in the road information.
Yep. So yes, there are two options that have been developed by CalBar to date, the road diversions that are proposed in the ES and then those were provided to the panel in January.
And is that a fourth or a fifth option that's on the table, or how is that then regarded by you in this process?
I don't see that they're separate options per se. They're diversion of roads to be able to facilitate the project activities. The functionality of the roads, the realignment of the roads are different options, correct? But in terms of the functionality they provide the same levels of functionality, albeit in different ways.
Well, they have to be. They're a different road layout. You're not trying to quibble that they're not a separate option, are you?
Look, I think in terms of matters that are important for the assessment, the matters that are important for the assessment are what the functionality of the roads are and then what the impacts are that are associated with those. For my assessment, I don't see that the particular ways in which roads are diverted has a significant change to justify describing it as a separate option.
You gave some evidence earlier that there was advice received in respect of train movement capacity for product to move from the Fernbank East siding. Can you tell us what advice has been received and from whom?
So it was advice provided by CalBar, which is the number of train movements that are expected to occur across the week and the status of discussions with DOT.
And what were you told?
It's as per my evidence. I think it's 5 trips per week, train trips per week. And in terms of the status of the discussions, I understand that CalBar have in principle agreement in terms of what the timetable, conceptual timetable would look like in terms of when trains would leave Melbourne, when they would arrive to Fernbank East siding, and then the return movement.
You also refer to some additional surveys done in November of 2020. Mm-hmm. Have they been documented, and could you tell us the period over which they were done?
I need to confirm specific dates, but November 2020, outside any school holiday periods, and the summaries are in my evidence.
And you've shown some SIDRA results on slide 29. Is that the only SIDRA analysis that you've done?
The SIDRA analysis focuses on Bairnsdale and then also validation that was done for the Nowcon-Allerdale Road. They're the areas that we have focused using SIDRA for validation purposes and also for where there is more significant volumes that are expected around Bairnsdale. We have actually also undertaken assessment at Racecourse Road, but which is in my evidence, and the pattern is similar, where the CapEx approach is conservative compared to the use of SIDRA.
You've given us the overall percentage results, or the saturation of the intersection results. Have you produced results that show the turning movements at various times of the day? Or is that not been done?
The appendices of the ES, Traffic and Transport Impact Assessment Report, as well as my evidence, documents the turning movements.
So there's nothing additional to that. That's the extent of the analysis to date.
The assessment of turning movements and then the summary results that are in the evidence are the information that's been provided.
Now, in terms of the revision of the road layout, do you have an understanding of whether that has been carried across to the consideration of other experts and things like the draft noise plan and the draft work plan?
They're not for my expertise or consideration.
You haven't checked those. So in terms of your assessment that amenity is dealt with by others, you haven't yourself checked as to whether or not how that's been carried through and how any proposed changes have been carried through to that analysis?
Our scope is about the traffic and transport assessments. We've highlighted the appropriateness that they be considered in other assessments, but I haven't reviewed what those assessments are, and nor should I, because that's not my area of expertise.
Back to that a little later. I want to start then with amenity, and if I could ask you to, or perhaps we could turn our attention to your last two slides marked amenity and environmental capacity. And I note that you discuss, in terms of assessing the environmental capacity, you discussed the local access and access street L2 from the planning scheme definition. Is that the basis on which you've formed your views as to the appropriateness of the amenity impacts?
So our assessment and my assessment that has been presented in evidence focuses on traffic efficiency, road safety, and the environmental values that are presented in the assessment, which includes the operation during road upgrades as well as asset performance. This slide is included, given that it was discussed as a part of the conclave, where information was useful to provide to contextualise what the amenity environmental capacity is. This is to say that this is an indication as to what some of the criteria could be that are used in absence of doing specialist assessment, but that special assessment is appropriate here to undertake.
Have you had regard to the definition of an access street in the planning scheme, as you've indicated there?
I have, and with time, there wasn't the opportunity to explain it in my evidence in chief, but what we've adopted there and seek to acknowledge is that there's limited information that specifically defines environmental capacity for rural roads. And generally for residential streets and the like, there's some variability as to what environmental capacity looks like. What the assessment is that we've done, we've adopted, a conservative assessment similar to what we've done for most of the remainder of the assessments, which looks to, describe the roads as having more of a local function than what they do in reality, to set the threshold as presented here as being lower.
I want to take you to that definition. I might need to share my screen to do that. Excuse me a moment. Excuse me, man.
How are we going, Ms. Porritt? Just checking that there's no particular difficulties, and you're on mute at the moment.
We are having a small technical difficulty, but we are moments away from finding the document we want.
Thank you. No problem. We'll wait, obviously.
Thank you. My apologies for the delay. Yeah, that's quite what I was after. Thank you very much. Now, what you'll see there is that access street level 2 talks about being a street providing local residential access where traffic is subservient, speed and volume are low, and pedestrian bicycle movements are facilitated with a target speed of 40 kilometres per hour. It's fairly clear, isn't it, that that's a metric which has absolutely no relationship to the sorts of roads and the sorts of environments that are being assessed here. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
I think that we're talking about street providing local residential access where traffic is subservient. If in terms of a state that is a conservative way of assessing this to make sure the threshold for those volumes is lower, I think it's appropriate. Adopting a higher description would mean that you'd have a higher threshold for volumes, and I think for a rural setting would be less appropriate.
What's the speed limit on Glenelg Road?
Which section are you referring to?
It varies, but the part closest to, well, what does it vary between?
100 kilometres an hour and 40 kilometres an hour.
And to what degree would you expect to see heavy vehicle movements in a local access street as defined in the planning scheme?
There'll be some heavy vehicle movements, but they will be low.
Would you be expecting to see a B double movement in a local access street, Mr. Carter?
In a local access street, no, but Glenelg Road is not a local access street.
And that's why any analysis or comparison with a local access street in the planning scheme is of no benefit in this process. That's right, isn't it?
I think adopting something that's closer to the function of Glenelg Road would mean that you'd have a much higher environmental capacity than what is shown in the slides.
The same is true of the RTA document. That's a New South Wales document, isn't it?
Correct.
And that deals with residential volumes.
It talks about the characteristics of different streets and similar approach about adopting a lower threshold is what's shown on the slides here. Adopting a higher threshold, perhaps more descriptive of roads like Benzaldago Road and then now Glenaladar Road in terms of their strategic function would mean you'd have a higher threshold than what's shown in the slides.
But similarly, that's a document which is directed to, particularly in respect of local access streets, new residential subdivisions and primarily directed at urban environments.
I think I've been clear about that in my evidence and presentation that's provided.
In terms of conducting some analysis of, or meaningful analysis of amenity and environmental capacity, that's something that needs to be done at a very local level in this case and with knowledge of local conditions to get information that is useful to this committee, isn't it?
It'd be appropriate to assess environmental capacity for the local characteristics.
And in order to do that, you need to understand how many B-double movements and large vehicle movements are expected, but also how many are going on at the moment. So the percentage and the degree of change that would be expected to be seen. That's the way that this assessment should progress, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be appropriate.
And in terms of setting that baseline, that's not something that's been done as yet.
In relation to environmental capacity?
Yeah.
So my
or not by you. Not by you, in fairness.
Yeah, my opinion is they're matters that should be dealt with elsewhere within the EES, given the local nature that you're talking about and the specifics relating to environmental capacity. So noise and vibration, as an example, would be appropriate that's assessed by specialists in that area.
And in order to do that, they would need an understanding of the current environment and the current state of B-double movements, etc., in order to facilitate that analysis, wouldn't they?
Mr. Chairman,
that's a question for them.
This line of questioning. I didn't object earlier, but I will now. The threshold shift in percentage of B-doubles on Lindenow Glenaladale Road is documented in the noise technical appendix and wasn't the subject of any questions from the council. This witness has already stated clearly he can't assist the committee in relation to noise impacts. So to the extent that the questions would continue down this path, I ask that it stop.
It doesn't seem reasonable to put questions to him if it's not in his area of expertise, Ms. Porritt. But if you're going somewhere...
I was really trying to establish the extent to which his work was necessary to inform others and the work that he had done in order to inform others. And I think that's a fair line of inquiry.
That is fair. Please keep going.
The next question is whether I've exhausted, and that might be the case. No, I think I can move on. Can I move on to the Fingerboards intersection? And I am going to share my screen again for some photographs. Sorry, I think we can actually do it without the photographs. In terms of the Fingerboards intersection, the ES has it moving south from its present location and turning into a four-way roundabout. Am I correct about that?
Yes.
The new document seemed to show a different configuration, which has essentially a three-pronged approach, and then a separate site entrance. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
All right. What's the reasoning behind the shift in that arrangement?
That's a question
Or do you know why that was?
For CalBar primarily, but my understanding is that information was provided to the panel that highlights the approach that was taken for the updated road designs to facilitate mining operations.
Was that something that you were asked to comment on?
I was provided the information in the same time as what the panel was provided on the 18th of January, and I provided my review of that in preparing my evidence.
And you weren't asked to comment on that in any way in the course of your engagement? Prior to it being provided to the panel, I should say.
No, that's right. In terms of the updated drawings, I wasn't provided. I requested to provide comment on it.
In terms of your assessment, I think it's on page 11 of your slides, you've set out a summary of it. The upgrade to roundabout control, when is that proposed to occur in the series of works?
For the most updated drawings?
Well, on either drawing. I think you need to address it firstly in respect of the ES and secondly in respect of the updated drawings.
So it would be undertaken prior to operation for the ES drawings, and then at year 3, 4 as a part of the road deviation of Bairnsdale-Dargo Road.
So what occurs in the initial years of the proposed changed version?
As per my evidence, it's using the existing section of Fernbank Glen Allerdale Road, and it does include use of the existing Fingerboards intersection, as well as a new intersection in year 2, which is a priority controlled intersection rather than a roundabout.
So it's no change, priority controlled intersection, then roundabout, and then ultimately T intersection? I'm following the first 3 of those, but not the 4th, where you're talking about ultimately a T intersection. Or do you have it ultimately as a roundabout on your understanding? For the drawings that are shown on the 18th of January, provided on the 18th of January, ultimately a roundabout. And when is it proposed to provide the lighting and the flag lighting? So the lighting would be associated with the provision of roundabouts. Roundabouts require lighting. So when the roundabouts are provided, the lighting needs to be provided. For flag lighting, it would be appropriate that that's provided during construction.
Hi there. I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, sorry, Natasha, you go.
Thanks, Amy. I might just pause us there. We've just lost the chairman.
I think I'm back again. Can everyone hear me? Just making sure I'm back again.
I can hear you.
Thank you. I lost probably only about 20 seconds. So Ms. Porritt, please keep going. Thank you.
You also refer to a transport operational management plan. Now, when do you say that should be prepared?
Be appropriate to be prepared for the construction operation phases.
But even after the preparation of that document, you consider the residual risk to be high?
I think that's still a key issue for the project.
And what have you recommended be done to deal with that?
So the preparation of the Transport Operation Management Plan is a significant and legal requirement, and that the rigour of that document, which should cover fitness for work, it should cover issues around speeding, it should cover issues around fatigue, as well as some of the findings that have been documented in the assessment and in my evidence relating to pedestrian safety and route familiarisation. They're all important parts of what the Transport Operation Management Plan should consider. And it's worth noting that the risks that remain high are more predominant for options 2 and the pre-open river bridge scenario. Option 1 would mitigate a lot of those risks to the public because of the use of the local rail siding in Fernbank East and the Hall Road.
You also refer to avoiding the oversized and overmass loads during peak and school bus hours. Should that also refer to B double movements during those hours as well?
B double movements would be appropriate for and our recommendation is for the school hours.
I might just pause you there, Mr. Cutter. We've lost the chairman again.
Oh.
I think he's joining us back any moment.
My turn this morning. Sorry, Ms. Porritt.
That's all right. I was asking a question around the oversized and overmass loads and whether that recommendation that indicates avoiding those movements during peak school and bus hours ought also to include B double movements. And I think the answer was broadly yes.
No, that wasn't the answer. The answer that I was only partway through providing my answer in fairness, but my answer was that for the school bus, for the school hours, it is appropriate that B doubles avoid movement through Lyndon House South between the hours that are nominated in the assessment, 8 to 9:30 and 2:30 to 4, and they're dealing with different issues to what the oversized overmass vehicles may be dealing with. There would be some benefit to school bus routes as well from the selection of those hours.
I then want to move on to this area around Chettles Road, which seems to be the subject of paragraph 12 of your slides, but also paragraph 32. So if I could, perhaps it's easier to, let's start with page 12.
Can you just refer to the document for me, please, Ms. Porritt?
Sorry, I think it's coming up in a moment. It's actually of your slides I wanted to look at.
Right, okay.
Now, that area that's essentially an insert that you can see, Chettles Road, that's the area that is the subject of dispute between you and Mr. Hunt as to whether or not the Hall Road should go under the road. That's correct, isn't it?
Chettles Road and Hall Road are two separate issues. The Hall Road is separated from Chettles Road. There is discussion around the treatment of the Hall Road, but not discussion around the treatment of Chettles Road.
I'm just trying to encapsulate the issue. If you see the inserted box to the left of that picture, that shows the sort of the number of roads within a short distance of each other, but at that stage, not a great deal of with a great deal of clarity. But that's where we see in the documentation those roads within a short distance of each other.
I think there's probably better slides in the deck than what's shown there.
I'm going to take you down to 32, which might show up in a minute. But I just wanted to, at a high level, that's where that interface
That's where
occurs.
the intersections are. That's right. Yep. But I think what you're showing there is the overall infrastructure corridor rather than specific intersections. And I think the scale is important here.
And that's where you describe the increased crash risk at the proposed Ferndale-Glenaladale Road and the Hallridge Road as a major inherent risk. That's where we start from, isn't it?
Yep, that's right.
And then you seek to, on the next page, you refer to the signalisation reducing that risk with warning signs down to a moderate risk at 80 kilometres per hour.
That's right.
So I want to take you then to page 32, which perhaps provides us with a little more understanding. That top right-hand corner is probably the best we get of an understanding of how these intersections fit together. So am I right to suggest that the pink at the very bottom is Chettles Road, the pink line?
That's right. Broadly, that's right. Yep.
The green is the proposed Hall Road.
That's right.
The little western entrance is the newly introduced site entrance, which was not part of the previous roundabout because that had previously had a sort of four-pronged approach rather than a three-pronged approach. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, so under the drawings that are provided part of the EES, the site access is a fourth arm to the roundabout. Under the drawings that are provided from the 1st of January, it's a three-arm roundabout and a separate site access.
And then we see up to the north, the newly proposed roundabout, and that's been brought south from where it was proposed in the EES documentation.
We have to confirm exactly how far south it is. They're both south of the existing location. The EES location has the roundabout further to the east. In terms of how far south they are, they're broadly comparable.
All right. Now, your slides today indicate that you now consider that the Hall Road should be brought further north?
That would be consistent with our assessment and the evidence I provided.
And that's having given that's having done a site inspection and considered further the local geometry and in particular the fact that you rise over a hill at that point.
So none of this is a change to anything. I think there's and the questioning is talking about now that I now consider this. This is what I've always considered. This is the basis of the assessment that is in my evidence, and it's the basis of what I presented today.
So did that recommendation that be moved to the north, was that in your evidence?
yes, I talk about it, those intersections being shifted 20 to 30 metres to the north.
I must have missed that, Mr. Carter, but I have picked it up on your in your presentation today.
Mm-hmm.
The analysis as to those intersections and the precise siting of them has not been done to date, has it? You've got some indicative indications within your slide presentation, but the precise analysis of the compliance of those separations has not been undertaken as yet.
So these drawings have been prepared by Calbar with Crossco. My assessment is based on the drawings that are provided and the site inspection that I've done.
So Mr. Hunt's view is that if you move your whole road under the road rather than going across it, you then remove a significant safety risk and provide a situation where you've just got the three intersections between the roundabout and Chettles Road, and that's a significantly improved situation rather than loading 4 intersections into that area. That's a sensible and preferable approach in this instance, isn't it? Particularly when you're undergrounding intersection treatments already within the project.
In terms of, is it a reasonable treatment? It's a reasonable treatment. Is it one that's necessary is the question that I think the discussion between Mr. Hunt and myself has been.
And to the extent that it is achieving both a safety function and an improved amenity function, that's a preferable and necessary treatment in order to deal with these 4 new intersections, or 3 new intersections, in this location.
I wouldn't agree with that. In terms of, assessment is needed to be able to understand what the risks actually are. And I've talked through those considerations in my evidence today, talking about geometry, what the speed actually is of vehicles, the types of vehicles that will be moving across the road, the types of movements that they're actually undertaking, and considering those things from an engineering perspective as to what the risks are that are going to be presented and mitigating against those risks is what I would see as being needed and appropriate. And my view is that mitigating the speeds and controlling the access with signals, flashing advanced warning signs and lighting is an appropriate mitigation given the volumes are low, geometry is flat and straight generally in the vicinity of the haul road. We've got street legal vehicles that will be crossing roads elsewhere in all parts of the network across Victoria. This is an intersection treatment that, albeit not common in a rural environment, but is one that people are used to using.
I don't think anyone's going to be suggesting that level of analysis shouldn't be done, but I'd put to you that it ought to have been done by now in order to properly inform the deliberations of this committee.
So, my assessment of this later version of plans captures those issues.
But you haven't done the assessment under the Australian standard or to confirm that those spacings are appropriate. You've said that quite clearly. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I've said if we're talking about spacings of intersections, that the spacings of intersections need refinement. And what I would also say is that it needs to be done in consultation with the responsible road authorities.
Well, it needs to be approved by the road authorities, but there's no reason why you can't come with that information and that analysis having been done to present your evidence to this committee, is there?
So I've provided my evidence that draws upon the Austroads guidelines, which don't have very specific requirements in relation to the spacing of access. It talks about that there's a number of factors to consider. The recommendations that I provided is 150 to 250 metres, which is having regard to driver reaction time and where signage and the like would be able to go to be able to deal with the spacing of intersections. And that assessment is captured in my evidence. It's also worth highlighting that Chettles Road is a very low volume road. So as a part of thinking about what the performance of these intersections are going to be, the nature of the volumes and the nature of the intersections is an important part of it. And that's why the assessment and the ultimate design would need to be done in consultation with the relevant road authorities.
I want to move, if I may, to your slide 14 and the Lindenau-Gallardale Road, Bairnsdale-Dargo Road intersection.
Yep.
There are no current turn lanes on that intersection, are there?
No.
And you want to extend the turn lane by 300 metres? That's your proposed treatment?
No.
Sorry, extend the no overtaking line marking on the west leg by 300 metres.
That's right. Yep.
How's that going to sit with the right-hand turn of the B doubles in that intersection?
So in terms of the design of the intersection, there's warrants in relation to the provision of channelized turning treatments, which I think is the nature of the line of questioning. And it doesn't satisfy the requirements for channelized treatments at this location. The geometry is straight. There is a crest that's much further to the west with Walper, but that doesn't interact with the right turn movement from Bairnsdale-Dargo Road into Lindenau-Gallardale Road.
What's the purpose of the extension of the overtaking line markings?
So if on a return movement, so a B double movement that will be turning left, so from Lindenau-Gallardale Road turning left onto Bairnsdale-Dargo Road, travelling towards Walper and to the site, they would be starting from a low speed. There's a left-hand turn, and there is the potential that that vehicle will be coming up the speed as it comes up through Walper, and a potential risk that motorists that are travelling along Bairnsdale-Dargo Road, travelling west, attempt to overtake the B double movement on approach to the crest. And so the reinforcement of line marking and extension of the no overtaking line marking is to mitigate the risks associated with people doing that movement, to prevent people from doing that movement.
Can we go to slide 15? You indicate there the need to undertake pedestrian surveys and limit truck operating times, revise speed limits in the TOMP. What pedestrian surveys are you referring to there?
So as a part of our assessment, obviously we've been clear about the treatment of pedestrian movements associated with schools. There is also another number of other land uses that are within Lindenau South, and then also relating to the racecourse in Bairnsdale. And we are suggesting that additional data be collected along those segments for times of most likely events or on particular weekends, to be able to understand if there are additional movements that haven't been able to be captured as a part of the assessment.
Taking Lindenau South Primary School in particular, and Lindenau South generally, that's work that ought to have been done before this stage of the process, isn't it? There's no reason why the pedestrian movements of a primary school in Lindenau South, which on your analysis, have the potential to move a risk from major to high with the other matters that you've mentioned there, there's no reason why that work couldn't have been done before now over the many years that this project has been on foot.
So our assessment includes the consideration of the primary school.
But you've not done the pedestrian counts to underpin that analysis.
Our mitigation recognises that there'll be movements around the school. We've seen that during our observations on site, and we have developed a mitigation that responds to that. The first question is around more broader activity that might be happening elsewhere within the township or at Bairnsdale.
I'll move then to your slide 18 and to the Princes Highway and Racecourse Road intersection. And again, you've identified this as a major inherent crash risk at both Racecourse Road, and we'll get back to Dunalladale Road a little later. And that's because in part about the nature of the intersection and the rather complicated turn movement that's contemplated there.
Roundabouts are recommended to be able to manage and mitigate the risks of B-doubles turning from Princes Highway to the roads in question, whether that's Racecourse Road or Dunalladale Road. And it's particularly about trying to manage the speeds at the point of conflict on Princes Highway. And what we mean by that is when we have a B-double that's turning from Princes Highway into Racecourse Road, you will have vehicles that are travelling westbound that are travelling at higher speeds, and the risk is related to the incidents involving those two movements. And a roundabout reduces the speeds about where those two movements come together.
On the face of it, that's an indication that a movement into a largely residential road is a poor choice as a route for B-doubles, isn't it?
Which residential road are you referring to?
Racecourse Road, which has a series of residents along Racecourse Road on the northern side as you're travelling towards Bairnsdale.
So I wouldn't suggest that it is a concern. Roundabouts are common. They're a common sort of intersection treatment type. They are a preferred form of intersection treatment type in rural and remote locations. They're a preferred form of intersection type from a safe systems perspective, and that they sit at the top of the hierarchy of controls for types of intersections when we're thinking about a safe system, about basically preventing crashes on the network.
I don't think it was quite the question I asked, but I'm having to move on from, in one sense. There's no agreement with Vic Roads as to the provision of roundabouts in this location?
It would be a part of this process and subsequent processes to assess and approve road design changes, as including intersection controls. We consulted with Department of Transport, or formerly Vic Roads, as a part of this assessment in terms of shaping what our mitigations are, and we've flagged the recommendations around roundabouts on a road safety ground, and that has been the basis of our assessment.
But on a road like the Princes Highway, the expectation would be, wouldn't it, that the priority of traffic would be the Princes Highway traffic rather than adding speed impediments to those people for the purposes of CalBar's B-double movements?
So our assessment puts a priority on safety, and that's quite clear. In terms of our roundabouts on the Princes Highway, there are other roundabouts on the Princes Highway, and I note that there's a proposed roundabout at the intersection of Bairnsdale-Dargo Road and Princess Highway, which is just near Racecourse Road, that's been developed by Vic Roads.
We'll perhaps get back to that in a moment. But your evidence is that this is a safety requirement caused only by or instigated only by the desire of Kelbar and its B doubles to complete that turn safely?
That is the basis of the recommendation, is that B double movements is the basis for providing roundabouts at these locations. And that's supported by a transition towards a safe system.
I assume that any roundabouts that were provided or any other traffic or road movements would be paid for solely by the project. That's not a matter that's explicitly stated, but I assume that to be the basis on which we're all working. Is that your understanding?
That would be common practice.
The use of Railway Parade and which has a number of residents along the rest of Railway Parade, which I don't know is shown in your photograph. You wouldn't ordinarily seek to be putting B double movements along a road with immediately adjacent residential housing, would you?
I think you were referring to Railway Parade. Is the reference to
Yes,
Racecourse Road?
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I did mean Railway Parade, you're right. Yes.
You mean Racecourse Road? Yep.
I did.
Yes. So, look, we went through a process of looking through what the alternatives are for access to the rail siding. We met with East Gippsland Shire Council to understand what their views were, and we worked through what the pros and cons are of each of the different options, so whether that's travel via Collins Street by Bosworth Road, or Forge Creek Road to Bosworth Road, or Racecourse Road to Forge Creek Road and Bosworth Road. So 3 sort of options that are documented in the assessment. And through that process, based on the feedback that was received, we proceeded with the recommendation, which is for Racecourse Road, which avoids a number of sensitive areas through Bairnsdale, albeit that I understand that East Gippsland Shire's position is that it's not a preferred route anymore, and that's will be a factor that needs to be considered for option 2. If there isn't the option of B doubles using that road anymore, then the assessment will need to change. It's not a B double approved route at the moment, but it is appropriate in terms, in my opinion, about a access to the rail siding that avoids a lot of the impacts that would otherwise be through Bairnsdale.
Again, my question was, in fact, is it good practice to put a B double route next to a series of adjacent residences?
B doubles would use the whole of the network, which will have residential land uses inevitably. And ultimately, there's a need to understand what the pros and cons are of the different alternatives. The balance of those pros and cons here, in my view, is that Racecourse Road is preferred over the option that is using Collins Street and Bosworth Road, recognising, however, that East Gippsland Shire's desire is to now use Collins Street and Bosworth Road.
And you accept that you couldn't have a B double route at present that goes around that turn near the cemetery or near the racecourse?
So that's an existing B double approved route, the link that's from Forge Creek Road to the section of Racecourse Road that continues further south from there. But the section that isn't approved is the remainder of Racecourse Road to Princess Highway. So it's already approved for B doubles to use that curve. And noting that, my recommendations are that there are improvements, however, that are done to that curve, should it be pursued.
And that would require somebody to compulsorily acquire the land around that area?
Not necessarily. There'd be improvements that should be able to be made within the road reserve.
But that detailed work to see if that's correct has not been done, as I understand it?
No, we haven't undertaken any design activities as a part of this. It's not a part of the scope of our assessment. That's been done by CalBar and as I've mentioned with Crossco.
The Lindenau-Glenalladale Road proposed intersection or roundabout treatment, again, there's no approval from the Department of Transport in respect of that?
There's no approval, but that's a part of this process. I note that there in submissions that there was no commentary on the roundabouts that were proposed, and we had engaged with the Department of Transport on the proposal to provide roundabouts as a part of developing our assessment.
Have you done a recent analysis or a non-COVID analysis of the delay, particularly at peak holiday times, that would arise from the introduction of potentially 2 roundabouts on Princes Highway?
So generally, what you would expect to see is that the roundabouts will perform better than what the existing priority controlled intersection will, and in terms of overall intersection performance. Certainly there'll be delays to movements that are along the Princess
Sorry, Mr.
Highway.
Carter, I might just stop you there. I think we've lost the chairman again. He seems to have frozen.
It does look very still.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Because I can still hear you, but you've all frozen.
Yes, we can. We can hear you, but we don't have you on screen.
That's okay. I'll just see. It'll probably toss me out again, but I can hear you clearly. Can you just talk again, Ms. Reicheneider?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I'll just leave and come back if you just give me a minute. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very clear.
I'll struggle on until lunchtime and then I'll switch Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also a disagreement between you and Mr. Hunt about the extent of data collection that ought to have been done before now in this process, and that's recorded as item 2 in the conclave outcomes.
That's right.
Is it your position that information simply doesn't need to be done, or is it your position that doesn't need to be done prior to this EES reporting?
So my position is that the information that is available is appropriate for understanding the impacts relating to traffic and transport for the purpose of the EES.
Yes, and it's not quite an answer to my question. There's a number of detailed matters there, including 7-day classified tube counts, 2-hour turning movements and things that Mr. Hunt will say are the sort of information that you would expect to see in the analysis that you've already done. Do you say it doesn't need to be done? It's simply not relevant material for your analysis, or do you say it can be done after this EES process and should be done?
So we've done an assessment that does consider turning movements. That would be the basis of some of the things that Mr. Hunt is referring to in terms of 2-hour turning movements. And the findings from that assessment, even adopting a very, very conservative approach to both how that data is handled and then the methodology that's used to assess that data, shows that there are no traffic capacity or performance issues associated with the project. The intersections are operating at level service A, they're half of their capacity. And so my view is that for the purpose of understanding for the EES, that an appropriate assessment has been done. In terms of
you've done that on the basis, you've done that though on the basis of older figures that are essentially just scaled up from previous findings, and to the extent that you've done some new counts more recently, they have shown increased traffic that was perhaps unexpected as compared to your scaled up findings. What this would do is to provide actual real-time data on these road networks. That's surely something that ought to be factoring into this analysis, isn't it, Mr. Carter?
I think we could spend lots of time collecting lots more data, and it wouldn't change materially any of the findings that are in the assessment. My view would be that in designing any particular mitigations that might be required as a part of the project, that at that point in time it would be appropriate to collect refreshed data as well as for the asset protection process that we've highlighted in the assessment.
Surely if it's required to finalise the mitigations, it's required to understand and design those mitigations, isn't it?
No, in terms of understanding the impacts, it's quite clear from the assessment that the impacts are very low. In terms of undertaking more data collection, it would be prudent, to be able to design particular mitigating measures in terms of specific lengths of lanes and the like. However, they're matters of detail that can be covered through subsequent stages of the assessment. The work that we've done doesn't highlight that there's any major traffic performance issues associated with the project.
They're the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porritt. Can I just check if MFG, Ms. Trescothick, if they have any questions on traffic? Thank you. Just going to my members. Mr. Ginnivan, did you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think my questions relate principally to the agreements and status of agreements with DOT for rehabilitation, etc. So we'll probably get to that when we talk to DOT.
Thank you. Just turning to my other members. No, Ms. Reich-Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Carter, just one question for you. As part of your assessment, I understand you did a site inspection of the roads proposed to be diverted. Yes, is that correct? Yes,
that's right. Of the roads as they stand.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, you might recall from your inspection that the road verges or reserve is quite wide, whereas the pavement's in the middle, providing a very generous road reserve as it stands. The IAC was able to inspect that road reserve, and also we had some conversations with some farmers in the area that use the road reservation to move cattle between paddocks. My understanding from looking at the diversion plans of the road is that the new road is proposed to be quite narrow in terms of not providing a large width on either side to allow these activities to continue. I'm just interested in your view on that, and whether in fact this is a consideration or a safety issue that you would have regard to.
Yeah, I think that's a sensible question to be asking. I think the design drawings, as they've shown, and looking at those particularly that are provided at January of this year, show the cross-section of the road rather than the road reservation that would ultimately be provided as a part of the road diversions. It would be appropriate to confirm what those diverted road reservations are rather than just the alignment, and that would be something that would be a part of subsequent design stages. It would be appropriate that the road reserve that is existing is replicated in the diverted roads arrangements.
Thank you. So just to be clear on that, your understanding is that what's being provided is a pavement type, maximum pavement width, if you like, and then the reservation would be in addition to that.
Correct, yep.
Okay, thank you. And just on that matter, use of road reservations for these types of farming purposes, is that a traffic related safety consideration?
Look, there's elements of that are relevant, and there's elements of that are probably more about, use of land and the way that people are actually moving around different parcels. The elements that relate to traffic and safety would be about the interaction that those movements might have with public movements, or in this case, with the project. One of the recommendations of the assessment is that as a part of the Transport Operation Management Plan, that there's a process of being able to engage with the community, certainly with local government and the like, but also with local landowners to understand the timing of particular movements that might be sensitive to the area. So it might be agricultural movements, it might be particular plant or equipment that might need to be moved, and that the project has responds to what some of those movements actually are. So it might be limiting the operation for a period to allow some of those movements to occur, or certainly as a minimum awareness for drivers that might be moving through these areas to expect that there's less common movements that are occurring on the network at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I've just got a questions come through from Dr. McCubbin, who's one of the submitters, relating to contingencies around if the rail line itself is closed. You mentioned this morning that there are proposed to be 5 services a week, as I understand it. Dr. McCubbin has asked, given that in her experience, and as a Gippslander, seems to be quite a common experience at times, the rail line is closed for maintenance or construction, even if it's at the city end. Does your traffic assessment, I couldn't see it in the EES appendices, but does your traffic assessment consider any contingencies for times when product might have to be trucked?
Not explicitly is the short answer to that question. In terms of how the project would respond to the rail line being closed for a period is probably an operational question for CalBar. But you would expect there would be options, running 5 train services a week, whether there's opportunities to run additional train services across a 7-day period, as an example, to be able to recover some of those movements. It would probably depend on the duration of closures for the Gippsland line as to what the appropriate response would be that the project would take.
Thank you. Just say option 1, the Fernbank rail siding is, well, it is the preferred option. If the project went ahead and that was being used, the intersection of Fernbank, Glenaldale Road and Princess Highway, if you did have to take B-doubles down there, would you need to go to a full roundabout build, or could you manage it for a short time as a contingency?
Yeah, and so I guess for clarity, we wouldn't suggest that B-doubles use Fernbank, Glenaldale Road to Princess Highway. We would propose that they utilise Lindenau, Glenaldale Road to Princess Highway, which would be consistent with the approach we've taken through our assessment. In terms of the need for roundabouts for short durations of activity, I think that it does depend a little bit, but if it is shorter durations, there will be other interventions that could be put in place to be able to manage those movements. And so a very sort of clear example of that within our assessment is that the roundabouts aren't being driven by the needs during construction, but they are being driven by the needs during operation, so 2 years versus 20 years. If there was a shorter duration of activity that was associated with product transport, there'd be other measures that could be sort of put in place. I wouldn't suggest that 2 years would be an appropriate amount, but if it was a month, perhaps a slightly longer period, you would be able to manage that through temporary traffic management measures. You might have some reduced speeds. Worst case, you might have some flag and control, some traffic controllers to help with particular movements, so there isn't too long a delay for the rest of the community associated with the B-double movements.
Thank you. I meant Lindenow, Glen Alladale Road, not Fernbank, sorry. Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, back to you, Mr. McArdle.
No re-examination, thank you. If Mr. Carter can be excused.
Yes, he can. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
We'll go to lunch shortly. Mr. Morris, did you want to say anything before we do?
No, Mr. Chairman. After lunch, I'll be making some submissions on a miscellany of matters, and then at the end of that, I'll be asking that we adjourn till tomorrow morning when we'll present a written submission.
Thank you. Can I just ask about the circulation of that written submission? Is that a tomorrow morning job, or is that a late this afternoon job?
I'm afraid it's
just
a tomorrow
for our
morning.
planning.
I'm afraid it's a tomorrow morning job. Mr. McArdle and Mr. Waters have been writing it, and to tell the truth, I haven't seen it yet myself.
Thank you. If that could be circulated as early as is humanly possible tomorrow morning, thank you. Okay, we'll break for lunch there. I should also just note those documents referred to this morning have been put in the Dropbox as well. But we'll break there. We'll resume again at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I just confirm that I can be heard? Thank you. We're on Plan B. There is a Plan C. After Plan C, we all go home early. So let's try Plan B and take it step by step. Mr. Morris, we're with you this afternoon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. What I want to do is just deal with a number of matters to further explain CalBar's position. Let me just start with a minor matter. Table document 319 are extracts from the CalBar model that Mr. Wolfrens presented. Presented. And we have uploaded a document that has the same images but with some captions so that people know what they're looking at. And what I'd like to do is substitute that for document 319. So rather than having an extra exhibit, just replace it if that's possible.
Thank you. That sounds like a good idea. I was wondering about the lack of captions in the initial set, noting that they were test images, so to speak. Thank you.
Now, I just want to briefly say something about this Asenko issue that's been raised. The email correspondence that has been uploaded is to the effect that Mr. Paterica, the Chief Executive Officer of CalBar, has indicated that CalBar Operations has had no communications with Asenko, and it's not commissioned Asenko to do any work at any time, and certainly it didn't apply any pressure to Asenko. The situation, as CalBar understands it, is that Appian, which, as I explained, is a key stakeholder in CalBar Operations, in some of their other ventures, had a relationship with Asenko. And when Appian learnt of the way in which Asenko's work was being represented by Planology, it raised this issue with Asenko. That is, raised the fact that their first report seemed to have been misunderstood, and that led to Asenco producing the subsequent work. Now, the next topic I want to address is the impact of the introduction of centrifuges, together with the associated changes on the economics of the project. You'll recall that in Chapter 2 of the EES, it stated that the value of the ore into Calbar is $27 a tonne Australian, and it was estimated to cost, I think, $13.50 to produce the ore. And the issue that you are properly concerned about is, well, with centrifuges, does that change? And we've produced a document which I hope has been uploaded called, and we've called it Technical Note 20. So could I ask if you have that?
Thank you. Yes, it's in the Dropbox.
Just bear with me. Yeah, I've got a Word copy and I'm just converting it to a PDF copy so it's easy to share. Going to section 2, the introduction of centrifuges on the financial analysis has implications both in terms of capital cost and operating costs. In terms of capital cost, the estimate we have to supply the centrifuge plants is 30.2 million, and these are all in Australian dollars. But there is a consequential reduction in the fact that a tailings storage facility will be removed, which saves 17.9 million. So there's a net additional capital cost of about a little over 12 million. In terms of operating costs, there are savings and there are costs. The elimination of the temporary the tailings storage facility means that the Ampherol costs are removed, and they're estimated at $0.38 per tonne. The centrifuge will consume power and flocculant and will require costs to load and haul. But there is a saving in that the distance of hauling overburden will be reduced as a result of a more efficient mining method involving narrower strips. The net operating cost of those factors is actually a slight increase, but it's a very modest increase. So to further explain this, if we look at Table 1 and the operating cost breakdown, we have broken it down into 4 different types of costs: logistic costs, mining costs, processing costs and other costs. And the processing costs represent a relatively small part of the total costs. And so even if processing costs were to go up by 50%, it would still only have a relatively modest impact on the overall economics or financial viability, I should say. CalBar estimates that the net increase in cost is only a few cents, and so the operating cost of $13.50 Australian per tonne of ore is essentially unchanged by the introduction of centrifuges. It goes up slightly, but it's a very modest increase. The financial position of the proposed mine is actually more dependent on the price of minerals rather than costs. And in the EES, the estimate of Australian dollar 27 of the value of the ore, that was the value of the ore to be sold as mineral concentrate, not the in situ value of the zircon, the rare earths, the rutile and the ilmenite as finished products. Because obviously to make them into finished products, there needs to be a processing of the mineral concentrate. But the $27 Australian was calculated by reference to the price able to be obtained in the market for those minerals as at 2018. And in table 2, we've set out the adopted mineral prices that were used in these calculations, and these are in US dollars. And I think from memory, these are in the EES. Now, based on those mineral prices, CalBar calculated that the value of the ore to CalBar, that is the estimated life of mine revenue in Australian dollars, was 4.9 million. Now, CalBar obviously has conducted its own sensitivity analyses in relation to prices. And in table 3, we set out possible sensitivities, high, base, low, for each of the 4 main products: zircon, rare earths, rutile and ilmenite. Now, rutile and ilmenite, as I explained last week, or the week before it might have been, are both in the titanium dioxide family, but rutile is a lot more valuable than ilmenite. And in table 4, we make the translation from those high prices, base prices and low prices to the revenue that CalBar would receive in Australian dollars per tonne of ore. And the base was 27, the high becomes 36 and the low 22. And I think the point is that even at $22 a tonne in Australian dollars, it's still well above the operating cost, which would mean that it's profitable to take the ore from the ground, even if it was a decision being made ab initio. Obviously, once the investment's been made, it makes sense to continue operations even if the profit is quite modest. But even if the decision was being made from the beginning, $22 compared with $13.50 is a good margin. Now, in table 5, what we have done is we've gone to a website of a company that is engaged in predicting prices, or forecasting prices would be more accurate. called TZMI. And if you search TZMI and mineral sands, you'll get more details of this. And they have forecast prices for 2022. And zircon currently is at $1,600 forecast for 2022, which is above the base price used in the EES for zircon. Rare earths have gone up more. They're now forecast at $5,000 a tonne in US dollars, compared with the base of 3,700. Rutile has also increased, and ilmenite is also ilmenite's actually slightly lower than the base price, but ilmenite is actually a pretty small portion of the overall value. But based on those prices, the ore to Kalbar is worth 33 Australian dollars per tonne, which is an improvement from the position in the EES, whereas on the cost side, not a lot has changed because we haven't had much inflation since over the last couple of years, and there isn't any substantial change in that situation by reason of the introduction of the centrifuges. So we contend that this is and remains a mining proposal that is very sound from a financial viability point of view.
Just before you move on, Mr. Morris, just in the table 1, the operating costs breakdown, are you able to inform us if we consider costs which might be considered under the broad heading of environmental management, rehabilitation and so on, do you know if they're a proportion of those categories or if they're all put into other costs?
I don't know. I'll need to get it. I'll need to make queries about that.
Thank you.
Come back to you. I encourage you to ask questions as I go, because particularly if it's one wanting further information, so we can attend to that.
Thank you.
All right, now an allied question that was raised is just bear with me a moment. An allied question which was raised relates to how this compares with other Australian mineral sands mining. Now, this is a subject upon which it's harder to give complete information because Kalbar can only obtain information about other projects from the public record. And we will tender this document, Australian Mineral Sands Resource Benchmarking. Now, what this does with the red line, it has the in situ value of the resource in US dollars. So this is not the value of the mine, because the value of the mine will depend upon the in situ value and also depend upon the cost of extracting it, including all costs, environmental costs and what have you. So, and now the second thing this graph does is it divides the resource up into different components, being zircon, ilmenite, rutile, lexicine, and monazite. which involves the rare earths. Now you can see that in the case of fingerboards, we have about, and this is the right-hand side, in situ value composition, we have about a bit more than 50% rutile. Sorry, a bit more than 50%, close to 60% by value in zircon, I should say. I made the mistake then. Then by value, a smaller amount in ilmenite, then a more value in rutile, and then in rare earths. And I've taken you through that previously. Now then these numbers at the top in the little circles indicate that if we valued all the minerals and tried to create it as if it was zircon, this would be the zircon equivalent value. And this is a way of ranking the in situ value of the resource. So on this, West Balranald is a very valuable in situ resource. And you can see that from both the red line and from the 5.4 in the circle. Fingerboard, Boonanaring, I think it's in South Australia, and then Fingerboards comes in here, and we can see that the in situ value is around about 35, is around about 35 US dollars per tonne, but bear in mind these are estimates not of the heavy mineral concentrate, but rather of the actual mineral, zircon, rutile and so on. So that's why you have to be, the conversion to US dollars is one thing. There's also a need to focus on whether we're talking about the value of the mineral or the value of the concentrate. Now, if we take West Balranald to start with, and I'll stop sharing that screen. Just bear with me a moment. This is a resource controlled by Iluka Resources Proprietary Limited, which is Australia's major company in mineral sands. And it's located west of Balranald. Balranald is a town in New South Wales, basically north of Swan Hill, sort of east of probably about 50 or 80 kilometres or maybe 90 kilometres east of Mildura. And I can see here the junction of the Darling River and the Murray River, where I was born and raised, Wentworth. Now, this resource is a series of string lines, and you can see by reference to the lines here roughly how it is. And the problem with this resource is it's very deep, between 50 and 80 metres under the ground. And the string lines are actually relatively narrow and relatively narrow both vertically and horizontally, but they're very rich. And what Iluka is seeking to do there is use an underground mining method of basically sluicing the sands out. Now, I've got this information from the environmental impact statement dated May 2015, and there's more information in that environmental impact statement on the internet. It's very detailed, similar to this one, in fact. But what isn't contained there is any information about the financial viability of the exercise. There is information about the economic impact on the local community.
If you just don't mind holding for a minute, Mr. Morris, we've lost Mr. Ginnivan. Sorry to interrupt, but these things happen, as we know, today included. I know he was having issues at lunchtime, so he's probably coming back in.
For what it's worth, I think I discovered the cause of one of my issues. I think I might have kicked the modem accidentally in my excitement.
While we're waiting, I don't know if anyone else can hear it, but we're getting a feedback noise. But I think, I can't quite work out who it's coming from, but it might be Mr. Morris. I don't know if you've got some devices that would benefit from being a little further apart.
I'm here by myself and there's no noise that I'm noticing.
I'm not getting any noises either, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one, of course.
I can hear it.
What sort of noise is it?
A sort of a buzzing coming in and out. Beep, 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 beep.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ginnivan's just messaged to say his internet has stopped working.
That sounds fairly fatal, doesn't it, the way it is phrased that. Let's just, we'll just hang around if that's all right, if people want to turn cameras and things off, and we'll just find out what's going on there. there's a rumour going around that Mondays and Fridays are the worst for internet because more people work from home on those 2 days. In terms of the feedback, is that still there for those who are getting it? Because I'm just not getting it at all. Mr. Morris, can you perhaps just try a few test words to see if you're the cause of the trouble, so to speak?
Morris, I'm a barrister.
Seems fine. Maybe it was Mr. Ginnivan.
From my point of view,
Okay.
absolutely fine.
I do have a very heavy microphone.
Good grief. Okay. Mr. Morris, thank you.
It's designed to mean that you get good quality sound without any of the air coming out. Anyway. Okay, now I don't know when Mr. Ginnivan cut out, but what I was explaining is that the West Balranald resource is a very valuable resource because the mineral concentration is very high, particularly in relation to rutile. But because it's 50 to 80 metres under the ground, it is very difficult to extract. And the Iluka Resources, which is the biggest mineral sands company in Australia, has been exploring various methods of underground mining, horizontal directional drilling, sluicing and the like. And I was informing the committee that the information that is online is very extensive, as it includes all the similar material that we've had in this project in the environmental impact statement that was prepared in 2015 for that project. The information does contain information about economic effects on the community, but it doesn't contain any real information about financial viability and whether the project stacks up, notwithstanding that the resource is very valuable. What we do have, though, is we do have a report that was published about 6 weeks ago as part of Iluka's obligations under New South Wales law, where they were required to publish an annual review. And I've put this on the screen. And what we learned from the annual review is, firstly, the project boundary. But we are told in section 4.1 that in the year in question, in September 2019, horizontal directional drilling development occurred, with the drilling actually commencing in June 2020. And there was test mining for a few months. And then the site was demobilised and put into care and maintenance in November 2020. We see that under demobilisation, there's more detail of the fact that the site was demobilised. And then under next reporting period, the report states the site is expected to stay in care and maintenance for 12 to 24 months, whilst detailed feasibility studies are undertaken. During this time, no further bulk sampling activities will be undertaken. However, some site activities, including monitoring, resource drilling and other preparatory works, may occur. So what we can take from that is that it's a very valuable resource. It's going to be difficult and expensive to mine, and feasibility studies are being undertaken, and until they're complete, we don't really know what the situation is with that particular mine. Now, another one which I wanted to say something about is Donald. Now, Donald is this one, which doesn't have the resource value equivalent to Fingerboards. It's at 1.6 zircon equivalent compared with 2.1, but it is a project in respect of which there's been quite a lot done and we have quite a lot of information. And we will be referring to that later because this is one for which there was a Victorian Environment Effects Statement and there was an inquiry chaired by Mark Marsden, which reported in September 2008, and we'll be tendering a copy of that report to provide some guidance as to how a previous panel has dealt with similar issues. And we'll also be tendering the Minister's assessment in that project, which was made in November 2008. But for present purposes, I just want to say a little bit about what we understand to be the current position with that particular proposal. Now, this site is controlled by a public company called Astron Corporation Limited, which is a closely held public company with most of the shares being held by one family. At this stage, Astron has a retention licence and this is a statement made to the stock exchange, the Australian Stock Exchange, very recently in relation to the quarter ended 31 March 2021. And it reports that Astron is investigating a staged and scalable development approach to the Donald Mineral Sands project. And the Donald project is shown on this map. We have Minyip here. Donald is about here. And so it's generally between Donald and Minyip. And what we learned from this statement to the stock exchange is that the 2021 calendar year is expected to represent a material progression of extensive technical and market evaluation of the Donald project, leading to a detailed feasibility study and an investment case sufficient for project funding and board development approval. Now, in mining, DFSs, as they're known, or a detailed feasibility study, are sometimes known as BFSs, a bankable feasibility study, and it's designed to prove up the economics of a mine to a level whereby a financier will back it. Now, we're well past that stage with Fingerboards because Appian has come in as the backer, taking an 18% interest and agreeing to take that up to around 46% if it is approved. But here we've still got a detailed feasibility study to go. As we understand it, and this is only Kelbar's understanding, and I'm not wanting to put it any higher than that, one of the key challenges for Donald is obtaining sufficient water to process the ore. And that challenge is not so much obtaining the license to the water, but rather having a pipeline of some 70 kilometres long to deliver the water. And as we understand it, that's a challenge that is likely to be a difficult one to overcome, but I don't want to be saying too much about someone else's project because we obviously do not have the same level of knowledge as Astron would have itself. I'll say a bit more about care and maintenance in due course. Care and maintenance is essentially a term of art used in the mining industry to describe a circumstance where a mine is mothballed usually when prices of the mineral concerned are too low to justify mining, but there is an expectation that they will increase in the future so that mining could resume. And it's a matter upon which we would expect the Earth Resources Regulator to turn their mind. That is, what should happen in the event that there's a need to put this project on care and maintenance. But what tends to happen when prices are depressed for particular minerals is that mines, having a higher cost of extracting the material, are put under financial pressure by low prices, and it tends to be the higher cost producers that stop mining, that is going to care and maintenance first, and the effect of that reduction in supply in the market then tends to stabilise the prices. So although CalBar has used as a sensitivity analysis prices that would reflect $22 Australian for the ore in the ground at Fingerboards, it's unlikely that prices will go much lower than that because there are higher cost producers who will put their mines on care and maintenance, or there are other prospective producers with a higher cost base who simply won't commence. And so this is why the fact that Fingerboards is a relatively rich ore body, and it has a bankable feasibility study already performed to show that it can be mined profitably, that they're relevant factors in this benchmarking exercise. Now, I just want to say now something that's related to what I've just covered, which is, well, how is all this relevant? The committee is charged in its terms of reference at looking at all sorts of things, but all the things you're required to look at are usually qualified by the expression having regard to legislation, policy, best practice, and the principles and objectives of ecologically sustainable development. So in the context of this particular issue, we submit that you need to be guided by what's in the Mineral Resources Sustainable Development Act about this matter. And if I could go to that, just let me close a few windows so I don't overload my system. I want to take the committee to section 15, subsection 6 of the Mineral Resources Sustainable Development Act. Now, the committee will recall that I previously took the committee to section 14, I think, which is headed mining licence. And then if we go to section 15, it's headed application.
If I can just note, this is document 261, if anyone's following along. Thank you.
Thank you. that section 15 is headed application for licence. And then when we go to section 15, subsection 6, we see an applicant for a licence must satisfy the minister that the applicant, A, is a fit and proper person to hold the licence, B, intends to comply with the Act, B, A, genuinely intends to do the work, has an appropriate program of work, D, is likely to be able to finance the proposed work and rehabilitation of the land, and then 6B is really the central one in the present context, which is that the applicant for a mining licence must satisfy the minister that there is a reasonable prospect that the mining of the mineral resource described in the application will be economically viable. So the Earth Resources Regulator will have to turn their mind to that, and hence it's a matter upon which the minister might make an assessment and you might make a recommendation about. But the ultimate test, if you like, which you need to have in focus when you're considering the matter, is the test that there's a reasonable prospect that the mining of the mineral resource will be economically viable. And we submit that test is very easily satisfied here. It's not a very high hurdle. It's a hurdle, but not a very high hurdle. And we clearly are able to leap that hurdle with room to spare. Now, in relation to that exercise, obviously there will be information that CalBar doesn't want to share with the world. The truth of the matter is that this process requires CalBar to share a lot more with the world than would normally be the case. It is a competitive industry. There are other resource companies that will seek to sell a product with which CalBar will compete. And so whilst we have shared a lot of information, far more than you would find in any similar publicly available document for other mines, it may be that the Minister for Mines, or in charge of the licensing of mines, might seek more information on a confidential basis, but and if that is the case, obviously we will provide it.
Mr. Morris, can I just interrupt? Just looking at 15.6 that you've taken us to, and that's very clear. What's perhaps less clear to us is how these matters, and you're probably going to go to these in detail at some point, is how these matters should inform our considerations. Obviously, there's statutory questions for the Minister for the MRSDA at the end of the day, but to what degree are we bound to, in your view, and others will no doubt have a different view, are we bound to interrogate those same issues in putting our advice to the Minister for Planning in relation to this inquiry? And again, that's not something I'm expecting you to answer on the spot, but there are a lot of submissions that go to that issue.
Well, I'm able to answer it now. Our submission is that you do not have to deal with every issue that a regulator will need to deal with in deciding whether or not to grant a particular permission that is necessary for the mine to proceed. You are able to conclude on some issues that you choose not to make any recommendation about it because you're either not well placed to do so, or there will need to be further information to be provided before a wise recommendation could be made, and that would need to be done as part of the ongoing approval process, or because a decision on a question would necessarily involve confidential information, which you don't have, or there might be some other reason. Having said that, you may choose to make a recommendation about a matter such as the matters in section 15, subsection 6, if you choose to do so. So you're not obliged to in our submission, but you may. And if you do so, you really then have a choice between providing a definitive recommendation as to how a matter should be considered or addressed, or confining your recommendation to one which recommends that certain matters need to be explored, particular information should be provided, that it's important to take specified matters into account in dealing with it, or so on and so forth. Now, in the case of section 15, subsection 6B, which is the one which deals with the reasonable prospect that the mining will be economically viable, my submission to you is that you shouldn't provide any definitive recommendation on that. Rather, what you should do, if we've persuaded you to this, is say that on the face of the material provided to you in the inquiry, it would appear that there is a reasonable prospect that the mining of the resource will be economically viable. But you should also make the recommendation that that be a matter that be carefully considered by the Earth Resource Regulator in deciding whether or not to grant the mining licence. Because ultimately that decision may need confidential information that is above and beyond what we've provided to you. Or it might need further testing of that. So does that answer your question?
Thank you. We'll come back to you if we need further on it. Thank you.
Okay, so just bear with me a moment. I just need to check something. Okay, now the next thing I want to canvass is the land access situation. CalBar has prepared a document designed for tendering on a confidential basis, and there are 4 landowners on that document who we believe are within the mine-free Glen Allerdale grouping, and I have conveyed to Ms Porter what we propose to say about those 4 landowners and the dealings or non-dealings with them, as the case may be, and I've given her an extract from the document in relation to those, and she informs me that Miss Triss Cowthick will come back to us at some stage in relation to that, but I haven't yet got a response. And it might be best if I wait until we get that response. Now, in the event that a response is given, we'll see if we can just adjust the document so everyone's happy with it. And if not, we'll invite Mine-Free Glen Allerdale to provide a comment on the landowners that are within its group as to the situation as they see it. So I had hoped to do that today, but we haven't got the response back yet, and I think it might be better to await that if that is satisfactory to the committee.
Thank you. Yes, we'd rather that was got right, so to speak.
Mistress Kauthik, I apologise for mispronouncing your name before, is on the screen now, and I think she's nodding to confirm that that will be addressed shortly.
Yes, I can confirm that we're just seeking instructions on that point at the moment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, another related matter to land access is that I wish to inform the committee that Kalbar is currently in the process of establishing a separate but associated company, which, for want of a term, will be called Kalbar Pastoral. And it's the intention that Kalbar Pastoral be a company that manages farmland before it is mined and after it is rehabilitated, such that during the period of mining, the land that will be occupied by Kalbar, certainly the land that will be owned by Kalbar, or occupied under some other lawful basis, would be used for pastoral purposes, probably cattle, but possibly sheep. Kalbar believes that if it has a pastoral company, it's best placed to ensure that the land is appropriately managed during the mining period, whether that land be yet to be mined or be rehabilitated after mining. On the completion of rehabilitation of the whole mine, Kalbar most probably will exit the pastoral industry, but that's its intention in respect of land that it will own or occupy under a lease that allows use beyond mining. Now, another matter I want to raise relates to the area proposed to be the subject of a mining licence. And if I could share screen and put up figure 2 from the map book. Now, you recall that figure 2 from the map book had in a green outline the exploration licence application boundary. It had in a blue outline, and I'll make it a bit bigger, the retention, I made it bigger at a price, couldn't see the legend. In blue outline, the retention licence boundary. In the green colour, the Glenalladale deposit. In the pink colour, the Fingerboards resource, and in the black outline, the project area. Now, if I could just expand that a little now. Kalbar has been considering the making of an application for a mining licence, which is, of course, one of the steps that need to be taken under the Mineral Resources Sustainable Development Act. But of course, it's not the key step, because the key step really is the approval of the work plan. But nonetheless, it has been considering the area which should be the subject of that application And originally it contemplated that that area would be the same as the project area, that is the black line. That, of course, would leave some areas within the retention licence that would be isolated. And what CalBar has decided to do, and it did this last week, is put in an application for a mining licence that includes not only the project area outlined in black, but also areas to the south and northeast of the project area that are within the retention licence, so that the effect would be that if that licence is granted as a mining licence, it would be a slightly larger area than the project area. Now, there are a number of reasons why CalBar has decided to do this, and one is, as I've mentioned, the desirability of not having small isolated parts of the retention licence, but rather to square up the boundary so it fits with the main southern boundary of the retention licence and the eastern boundary and this part of the northeast boundary. But another reason was to avoid a situation where it was impossible to connect the mine to the rail siding because of some failure in commercial negotiations. You'll recall that when I went through land access issues, I explained the position of certain landowners. If the mining licence follows the retention licence area along the southern boundary, marked here, that will have the effect that there's only one landowner that that CalBar will need to deal with, and that's the landowner upon which the rail siding is proposed to be located. In the event that commercial arrangements can't be reached, and we're then left to compensation arrangements. Now, because that's happened very recently and it's obviously relevant to the committee's considerations, I wanted to report that to you now. It will have implications. In particular, it will have implications as to the area of the incorporated document, because if the mining licence is for a slightly larger area than the project area, which was the then anticipated mining licence area, then obviously the incorporated document won't have a role to play in relation to land that's within a mining licence area. Of course, the mining licence might be granted in respect of a different area than that applied for, but nonetheless, I wanted to draw that to your attention. As for the elements that will occur, subject to agreements being reached with relevant landowners, they'll be exactly the same as what has been described. There'll be no change to that in the event that agreements can be reached. In the event that agreements can't be reached, there would be an option for the whole road to be reoriented so as to avoid properties outside of the mining licence area, say for the property owned by the person or the family that own the rail siding area. Now, I'm able to answer more questions about that, which you might want to take on notice and think about and deal with in due course.
Thanks, Mr. Morris. I think the starting point, the main thing we would appreciate is if there is a plan or plans which clearly show what you've been talking about.
Yes, I'll arrange for that to be tendered.
Thank you.
Now, the next topic I want to briefly address is the relations between Calbar and the East Gippsland Shire Council. Now, I think we've uploaded these documents, and I only need to spend a few minutes on it. There is a document called a Memorandum of Understanding between East Gippsland Shire Council and Independence Group, No Liability, in relation to the Stockman mine in East Gippsland. And the essence of that Memorandum of Understanding is that the parties to the agreement have a shared vision to maximise the potential of the mine for the region and for the shareholders. And the Memorandum of Understanding is designed to provide a high level of liaison and cooperation in relation to that matter. Calbar sought a similar arrangement with the East Gippsland Shire Council, and by letter dated 1 April 2019, it proposed, in essence, a similar Memorandum of Understanding. And by letter dated 9 May 2019, the Council replied saying that it determined it was not appropriate to enter into such a memorandum, but it would reconsider the matter following the release of EES studies determination. Now, that information will be uploaded. The only comment which I want to make at this stage is that it's regrettable that there hasn't been a high level of cooperation between Calbar and the Council, but the circumstances of the controversy of this matter have presumably influenced things such that that hasn't happened. Now, I want to say a few things about community grants. The Calbar website contains information about our community grants program, and this information is also been uploaded. What has been uploaded is an extract from the Calbar website detailing the community grants program, and also a statement of a modest start to that. At this stage, Calbar is allocating $40,000 a year to community grants and has allocated a couple of thousand to various projects in the East Gippsland area, mainly close to the proposed mine. Calbar proposes that if the mine is approved, the amount of community grants it would make would be increased several-fold. Calbar hasn't determined on a precise amount, but it has committed to increase that several-fold. And although some might say it's a small proportion of the likely profits, which it is, nonetheless, it is still a further contribution in addition to royalties and taxes and rates. Well, I think rates should be payable. I'm not sure about rates, but certainly royalties and taxes, that's designed to pinpoint benefits to local community groups. there's more about that in the documents we're uploading. Now, I want to say something about the RFI that has been given to us, and in particular about one of the answers. Now, I just need to check that that's gone in. I think I am right in saying, but someone will come online and correct me if I'm wrong, that technical note 21 has been submitted dealing with the IAC's request for information. Apparently it has been uploaded.
Yes, it has. Thank you.
Now, I just thought rather than just leave it to the written document, I just thought I'd explain this briefly because it is essentially a legal type issue and it's quite technical. In the expert meeting of the radiation experts, at point 33, the issue was raised about the export of heavy mineral concentrate and the potential use of that concentrate to extract uranium and thorium in another country, possibly for some adverse use. And we've provided a detailed answer to that. Now, the short answer is that it's not a matter for you. It certainly is not a matter relevant to state law. And the question then becomes whether it's a matter relevant for Commonwealth law. And we actually have the guidance here of a federal court decision that arose in relation to the Ranger proposal in South Australia where uranium was proposed to be exported. And essentially what the federal court has said is that the jurisdiction under the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act is confined to the environment of Australia. And hence it's not a matter that ought to be considered in the context of this sort of inquiry. And in the technical note, we refer to those cases, they're the Buzzercott cases. And I'm not sure whether the actual decisions were uploaded or not as attachments, but if they were not, we will arrange for them to be uploaded. But having said that, and because it is of interest, the reason why under the EPBC Act nuclear issues are triggered is because of the possibility that mineral concentrate will be stored on the land with a concentration above a certain level. And so a real issue is whether or not that storage of mineral concentrate raises concern in relation to radiation matters, and if so, how they might be addressed, rather than what might happen if this arrives in another country. The Commonwealth does, however, have a system of regulating the export of material, and under the Customs Prohibited Exports regulations made pursuant to the Customs Act, there is a requirement to obtain a permit from the Commonwealth in relation to the export of material which has a content above a certain specified level of uranium or thorium. And what is proposed to be exported by this project is likely to have a concentration above that threshold. The threshold is in our technical note, and it's 0.05% by weight of thorium or uranium. And so because of that, there will need to be a export permit. Now, I'm informed that that is a routine thing for mineral sands, and there are plenty of examples of those export permits having been granted, and it's a relatively straightforward process. Now, further, if the export is to China, and China is the most likely market for the mineral concentrate, Australia has a treaty with China known as the Australia-China Nuclear Transfer Agreement. And this agreement is designed to ensure that if what's called controlled ore is exported to China, then China is obliged to use it for peaceful purposes and cannot use it for military purposes. Now, there is a prospect that the market might not be China, although clearly China is the most likely market for what is proposed to be produced. There are other countries in the world that import heavy mineral concentrate, and there is also the prospect of a plant being established in Western Australia by Iluka to process heavy mineral concentrate, including the rare earths, which is the most controversial part of processing heavy minerals. And that was announced with the support of the Commonwealth Government about a week ago. So there are possibilities, but it remains most likely that Kalbar would export the heavy mineral concentrate to China. It needs to be borne in mind, in addition to the legal matters I've addressed, that the concentration of uranium in mineral sands is typically in the order of 200 to 300 parts per million. And comparatively, that is a very low concentration of uranium, especially when one compares that with the concentration of uranium in uranium ore that's exported. And Australia exports a lot of uranium ore. I think it's the country in the world that has the most uranium ore of any country. And of the ore that's exported in the world, we export about 13%. Indeed, I saw on the Commonwealth Government website, the most recent report was that the uranium that Australia exports is, when converted to electricity in nuclear power plants, is actually the equivalent of 97% of Australian electricity production. So it's quite a significant export. And that export of uranium ore includes export to China. And so if we were to use uranium, or wanted to use uranium for an adverse usage, you wouldn't get it out of mineral sands. There's plenty of uranium ore to get it out of. Because, of course, that usage requires very high-grade uranium. So there's more details of that in the technical response to the question 1 of the RFI and in the documents that I have, that we have supplied with it. Now, the next matter I want to address is I want to say something about the experience.
Just before you do, I was just wondering if that might be an opportune time for a short break.
Yes, it is, sir.
Thank you. We'll break there. We'll start again at 3 p.m. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Mr. Morris, we're back with you.
Thank you. There was a document that we have uploaded that I meant to refer to earlier but didn't, so I'll take the opportunity of doing that now, and I'll share the screen. You will have noticed in the EES, and also from my opening a couple of weeks ago, that I referred to the JORC Code 2012 edition, and in respect of that, I made some observations about the difference between a resource and a reserve. And I believe whilst I was accurate in a general way, I wasn't precisely accurate. And so it's desirable we provide you with a copy of the JORC code so that you can understand it more precisely if you seek to. Essentially, I said that a reserve was an ore with minerals in it with a higher degree of certainty than a resource. I didn't quite get that right. There's more to it than that. And in particular, a reserve is a mineral resource that can be economically mined. That was an extra matter that I should have stressed. So just very briefly going to the JORC code, which is the requirement for the reporting of mineral resources, we can see in that document at page 11, there's a definition of a mineral resource. And then in para 21, there's a definition of an inferred mineral resource. And then there's a definition of an indicated mineral resource. And then there's a definition of a measured mineral resource. And so measured is more certain than indicated, which is more certain than inferred. And then we have a definition of an ore reserve, and it's defined as the economically mineable part of a measured or indicated mineral resource. And as far as ore reserves are concerned, that's could be called a probable ore reserve or approved ore reserve, which is what we've got, which is the economically mineable part of a measured mineral resource. Approved ore resource implies a high degree of confidence in the modifying factors. So that detail is there for you to absorb if you wish to have it. As that document is referred to in the EES, it's desirable that you have the precise words rather than my somewhat superficial summary. Now, I want to now say something about the experience of mining mineral sands in Western Australia. And I'm conscious, Mr. Chairman, that originally you were from Western Australia, although I understand you've now adopted Victoria as your home, other than in relation to football. But nonetheless, I think it is important that I say something about it because you made an observation the other day, and we think it's important to put what we understand to be some facts concerning the coexistence of mineral sands with agriculture, horticulture, population, urban uses, national parks. And to that end, we've prepared a short document, which I'll now go to, which has been uploaded. And it's called WA Mineral Sands Mines. Now, Sorry about that. I switched the phone on again during the break and then I forgot to switch it off. What we want to do is refer to a number of images here. And if I could go to the image on PDF 3 to start with, what Calbar has done, and this is on the heading Calbar Resources, but that was done before the Appian agreement and Calbar became Calbar Operations. And that's designed to show between Perth down really to Busselton, various mineral sands operations that have occurred over, over the last 70 years. And so that's just an initial plan. And then on PDF 4, perhaps I'll share this. On PDF 4, we have a plan showing the Busselton environs. And just bear with me a moment. Now, Busselton is here, and this is the Busselton Airport. This is the Busselton Golf Club, built on rehabilitated land, former mineral sands land. This is a new housing estate, which is built on land that was mined and has been rehabilitated. Following the mining on the northern end of the airport runway used to be extended over that mine land so as to allow bigger jets to land. Jetstar does do a interstate flight to Busselton, but more and bigger jets would be able to use that airport if the airport is expanded. Here we have the Wannerup Tronox, also known as Cable Sands operations. And this is Wannerup North. And I'll take you to some near map photographs of that in a moment. And this area here is a further proposed extension of Wannerup North. Here we have Jasper Farms, a site being developed for avocado. And we have further inland, we have two other mineral sands mines, and this line here represents a significant scarp called the Witcher, W-H-I-C-H-E-R scarp. And that Witcher scarp probably was the beach, the Western Australia beach a few million years ago. And here we have an Iluka Resources mine known as the Tuttenup South Mine. And here we have a mine operated by a company called Dorel, being the Yongerup mine. And here we have another Jasper Farms avocado farm. So that's an outline of that area. Now, Busselton is a town of around 40,000 people. And we also have in this area here a national park area, which is detailed in our written document. Now, I think if I could just skip to one of the aerial photographs. Now, this is a near map image of 2021. So it's very recent, showing the airport runway with the mineral sands being completed in this area. And then over the road, we have active mineral sand mining, which is also shown in this image, which is 5 January 2021. And we can see that the avocado farm is, and I've measured this using the map, at its closest about 250 metres away, but typically, you know, a little bit more, but nonetheless, certainly within a kilometre. This plan shows the Tronox 2021 map, and here we see the Wannerup mine, the Wannerup North mine, and the Wannerup North Stage 2 area, together with the avocado plantation immediately to its north. The wetland portion is here, a Ramsar wetland known as the Ludlow Tuart National Park, which is now the avocado farms have recently been acquired by the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund Agribusiness Unit, which is a huge pension fund. I think they would also own Zeestlink from memory. And it was based on a business value of 180 million. And there are 360 hectares of trees to be increased to 500 hectares. And there is a clear need with avocados that they are not affected by dust. Dust is a problem for avocados, and Calbar's knowledge of this area, bearing in mind that Calbar Resources directors are from WA, is that these industries have been able to coexist satisfactorily. And so we've prepared this note with more details on it and with photos to make that point. Now that brings me to another topic I want to briefly address, and that's the question of dust suppressants. Now, we haven't uploaded this yet, but we will be uploading some information on dust suppressants. Calbar's done investigation of this, initial investigations only, and there are a number of commercial products on the market, including those manufactured by DustX, and we will provide some information concerning DustX to you. Just bear with me a second. One of the documents we'll provide is a brochure for DustX, and starting with a photograph showing the laying of DustX. And essentially, this is a product that is compostable and biologically friendly, and it essentially consists of a lignosulfonate product. So it's made from a similar source to the lignin in wood. And we'll provide that to you, and if you have questions about it, you'll no doubt direct them to us in due course. Now, DustX is just one of the suppliers of this type of product. according to DustX, the environmental effects of applying lignosulfonate to roads is benign. And on the DustX website, there is a paper we'll be providing to you examining this question and expressing the view that it is an environmentally satisfactory way of dealing with dust, as well as being very effective. And so we'll be providing that to you. I'm sorry they haven't been uploaded already, but we had so many things to do that we hadn't got to it. All right, I now want to turn to another topic, which is greenhouse gas emissions. Now, we've uploaded to the committee's website a document, or Dropbox at least, a document called CalBar Commitment to Carbon Reduction at the Fingerboards Project, and I'd like to take you to that now. I will share the screen so those who don't have ready access to it can easily see it. CalBar is committed to reducing net scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions from the Fingerboards project to achieve a reduction in net greenhouse gas emissions of between 26 and 28% below the project baseline levels by the year 2030, in line with Australian government policy, and also with subsequent emission targets to be set in line with government policy at the time. And how CalBar proposes to achieve this is as follows. Firstly, by establishing a project baseline. So the calculations will be done for scope 1 and 2 emissions on a business as usual basis based on the estimates in the EES. Then CalBar will adopt best practice design and technology options to avoid or reduce scope 1 greenhouse gas emissions from the commencement of the project. This will include selecting suppliers of equipment and services that have committed to reducing or eliminating their own emissions, and we will benchmark its approach to industry best practice. CalBar will be committed to reviewing and adopting technology solutions and alternative energy suppliers through the lifetime of the project, where feasible, to reduce scope 1 and 2 emissions. And these reviews will be undertaken every 5 years and assess whether the project has achieved or is on track to achieving the project's emission reduction target. Because there's no certainty that the introduction and use of new technology and processes will achieve the project's emission reduction target, CalBar commits to the development and implementation of an offsetting strategy. The strategy would be designed so that it can be scaled over time to ensure the project emission reduction target is achieved. And monitoring, CalBar will implement an energy efficiency and scope 1 emissions monitoring and reporting system to track relevant performance metrics over the life of the project and to inform decisions on opportunities to implement practicable measures to improve energy efficiency and emissions reduction. Scope 1 emissions will be measured or estimated and reported in accordance with the relevant Commonwealth Act. Now, how are we going to do this? The project will meet the emission reduction targets through a series of measures, including, amongst other initiatives, combining the purchase of electricity from the grid with additional commercial arrangements, such as entering into renewable power purchase agreements with renewable electricity generators. And of course, the effect of companies doing that is that it is, in effect, a way of encouraging and subsidising further renewable energy to enter the system by providing them with a guaranteed consumer. Investing in emission reduction technologies where reasonably practicable through technological advancements such as electrifying any mobile plant or vehicles and or using hydrogen powered equipment. And so we know, for example, that some municipalities in Australia are now introducing hydrogen powered buses, and it's not going to be long before that will be a possibility for heavy haul vehicles. There are a lot of logistical challenges to be met, of course, but nonetheless, it is a prospect that CalBar will be alive to, with a view to seeking to investigate that as a possible solution. And in circumstances where, that should read, not here, in circumstances where the emissions reduction targets cannot be achieved through measures such as those listed above, make up the shortfall through acquiring offsets such as Australian carbon credits, certified emission reduction units under the Clean Development Mechanism, or offsets available on the voluntary carbon offsets market. So CalBar makes that commitment, and obviously in making the commitment, we expect that that would form part of the regulatory controls that would be attached to any approval for the project.
Just on that, Mr. Morris, that was going to be my question. So are these, in terms of our process, are these something that might be reconciled with, for example, the mitigation register, or?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We thought we should get on the front foot here, and rather than have something imposed, the CalBar board has carefully considered this, and it's weighed up various options, but it has felt that this is the option that it can commit to because it believes it's achievable and it's fair, and it means it will be pulling its weight, but the achievement of these things is not something that one industry can always do alone. It will depend on system changes, and some of the key system changes that are needed are obviously the way we generate electricity, the way we can provide energy for mobile plant, including heavy trucks. They're the two key matters that are to a large extent outside CalBar's control, but nonetheless are important. There are plenty of other things that can be done in relation to climate change, particularly in relation to methane, which is the low-hanging fruit over the next 10 years, but nonetheless they're really outside CalBar's control. But so that's the purpose of putting this before you. Now, A couple of other legal matters I want to just briefly touch on. I've already taken you to the Mineral Resources Sustainable Development Act in my initial opening and also today. And I've taken you to the provisions concerning the economic viability of the mine, the provisions concerning rehabilitation, the provisions concerning the payment of compensation to landowners, both those whose land is needed for the mine and those who might still be affected but whose land is not needed for the mine. And I've also touched on the question of the possibility of a mine being put into care and maintenance. Now, in relation to that, I'm not aware of any provision in the Mineral Resources Sustainable Development Act that specifically deals with that, or any Victorian government policies, but there are policies in other jurisdictions, particularly in Western Australia. And we would expect that in the approval of a work plan, that would be a matter that would need to be addressed. And although we don't think it's a high prospect, nonetheless, because it's a possibility, it needs to be addressed. And I note in this regard that in approving a work plan, the Earth Resources Regulator has the power to approve a work plan subject to conditions, which of course creates more flexibility in the content of the approval. And so we think it is legitimate and reasonable for the committee to turn their mind to the matter and make a recommendation that it not be a matter that's overlooked. Even though we anticipate at this stage that it's not a likely event, nonetheless, one needs to anticipate these things in order to ensure that the controls deal with possibilities, not merely probabilities. Now, I want to say something next about the Environment Protection Act. And I'm making these comments because the EPA has asked quite a few questions of our witnesses focusing on the general environmental duty. And I want to draw your attention to a couple of documents that the EPA has published, which we will tender, which are an introductory explanation of it. Now, I haven't arranged for these to be tendered yet, but I'll just put them on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. One of the documents is called Publication 1741.1, Industry Guidance Supporting You to Comply with the General Environmental Duty. And there's a couple of pages that give an overview. And the other document is Publication 1856, September 2020, on the expression reasonably practicable. And then there's a discussion of the components in reasonably practicable. Now, we're not saying that those documents are the be-all and end-all, but nonetheless, they're on the public record as the EPA's explanation of things, and we think that given the focus that's been placed on it, you should have regard to it. might be necessary for you to go to the actual legislation though. And I'm not sure whether I attended this earlier or not, to be perfectly honest, but the actual legislation where this is set out is the Environment Protection Amendment Act 2018. And a key section is section 7, which introduces into the Principal Act section 5, where there's a definition of material harm. And then in section 6 is the general environmental duty, which is a duty imposed on a person under this Act to minimise, so far as reasonably practicable, risks of harm to human health and the environment. Requires the person to eliminate risks of harm to human health and the environment so far as reasonably practicable. If it is not reasonably practicable to eliminate risks of harm to human health and the environment, to reduce those risks so far as reasonably practicable. And then subsection 2, to determine what is, or was at a particular time, reasonably practicable in relation to the minimisation of risks of harm to human health and the environment, regard must be had to the following matters: the likelihood of those risks eventuating, the degree of harm that would result if those risks eventuated, and I'll pause there to say that they're the standard two things that are always referred to in risk assessment. 3, what the person concerned knows or ought reasonably to know about the harm or risks of harm and any ways of eliminating or reducing those risks. D, the availability and suitability of ways to eliminate or reduce those risks. And E, the cost of eliminating or reducing those risks. And then we also have in this Act some changes, some amendments to the principles of environment protection, and these are relevant, we submit, in interpreting what is reasonably practicable, because as section 11 subsection 2 provides, it's the intention of Parliament that in the administration of the Act and the regulations, regard should be given to the principles specified in this chapter. And if we look at those principles, they refer to the integration of environmental, social and economic considerations, the principle of proportionality, that is that what you seek to do to minimise harm or risk of harm should be proportionate to the harm or risk of harm. Principle to the primacy of prevention, principle of shared responsibility, principle of polluter pays, principle of following a waste hierarchy, the principle that we should be basing our decisions on the best available evidence, the precautionary principle, which is if there exists a threat of harm, lack of full scientific certainty shouldn't be used as a reason to postpone measures to prevent or minimise it. The principle of equity, including between generations. The principle of accountability and the principle of conservation. And now the reason I wanted to take you to that is that some of the questions asked by the EPA seem to approach questions about whether it's possible to do things. The general environmental duty does not require a person to do everything that's possible to avoid risk of harm or harm. Rather, it requires that person to do what's reasonably practicable. and what is reasonably practicable takes into account proportionality. It takes into account cost effectiveness and so forth. And it is important to bear that in mind. Now, an example might be trying to squeeze more water out of the coarse tailings by using a centrifuge. Now, as you will know, that the coarse tailings will contain water when they're put back into the mine void, which partly will be captured and sent back into the water system. Some of it will no doubt infiltrate into the groundwater, but the fact that it might be possible to put coarse tailings through a centrifuge does not mean that it is an outcome that is reasonably practicable in discharging a duty in relation to the environment. So I'm ask you to bear that in mind. All right, well, now I'm just going to cover a couple more topics of a more general nature. I'm probably going to finish around 4 today, Mr. Chairman, if that is not too early for you.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
I'm just going to put up a document that I just need to find. Won't be a second. I'm sharing the terms of reference for the committee. Now, I hope I've got the right version. This is version June 2020. Hang on, just let me check this. No, it's the same. I was worried for a minute that I might have had a wrong version, but I've now got table document 9 up on the screen, so I can be sure that's the right version.
It says, it's a bit confusing. It says June on the front, but it's actually signed in July. So, but anyway,
right.
it is, I think it is the right version.
Okay. Now, this obviously is central to your considerations, or perhaps not central, perhaps there's another word for it. It sets the bounds of it anyway. And it's quite apparent in our submission that central to your role is to not only hear from stakeholders, but to give sage advice to decision makers. Technically, sage advice that will be used by the minister to give advice to the decision makers, but effectively sage advice to decision makers so that they can discharge their responsibilities. And that's why it is necessary you have an understanding of the statutory responsibilities that the relevant decision makers will have to have regard to in making their decisions, because it doesn't make sense giving advice to a decision maker that is outside of their jurisdiction or requires them to misapply their powers. Now, in the conduct of this, it is worth briefly going to paragraph 29, which relates to how the public hearing is to be conducted. And paragraph B makes it clear that it is to be exploratory and constructive. And you cited that in your ruling, which is in table document 301. And with respect, we submit that that ruling is wise and sensible and properly captures the nature of the exercise. More detail of the committee's role is really given in paragraph 34 when it refers to the written report that you are required to make. And it's pretty clear when we look at a number of paragraphs that they're all qualified by the words having regard to legislation, policy, best practice, and the principles of ecologically sustainable development. And we see that repeated a number of times in the various paragraphs. And this takes me back to the point that the role that you have obviously is significantly affected by the statutory and policy context. Now, what we submit flows from this is that it's very important that this exercise not be treated as a forensic game, whereby, like a debating competition, each side has a go and you adjudicate on who has been the better debater. That's not the nature of the exercise. My task is not to be regarded as the best debater or the best submitter, but rather to ensure that you are as well informed as you can be about the project so that the project has the best prospect of being approved with the appropriate safeguards so that it will produce a net community benefit. And to that end, you should resist what I'll call sniper attacks and rather, if you can, look to see if there can be solutions. The process should be, if at all possible, solution-driven in order to achieve the outcome that the terms of reference are clearly directed at. And I know I've done many cases over the years for objectors, and I know when one is performing that role, inevitably you do take on a sniper type role. But my submission is that ultimately it's not an exercise in that. And if someone makes a criticism of one of CalBAR's proposals and we can fix it, or with further work we can fix it, then in my submission, that's the outcome that these terms of reference seek. And in that regard, there will be some circumstances where if material is introduced, there may be a need to embark on a process to ensure that there's fairness to other parties. We accept that. But there will be other steps in the process after your report and after the Minister's assessment that inevitably will involve the submission of yet further information. And it's quite proper that you seek to address what that yet further information might be to ensure that the ultimate decisions that are made are appropriate. But in my submission, the fact that there will be a likelihood of yet further information to be submitted, for example, before a water licence is granted or the work plan is approved, that is not a reason to proffer the advice that the proposal is insufficiently detailed to warrant support. Rather, the proper response is that it can be supported, but before it is approved with this licence or that licence or whatever, it's necessary that the regulator be satisfied about certain things. In the case of water, it might be some further modelling. In the case of the Earth Resources regulator, it might be details about a care and management plan or whatever. Now, this is so, notwithstanding that third parties will not necessarily be involved in further decisions or in actual decisions. So, as far as I'm aware, a water licence might be granted and it doesn't require third-party advertising. But the fact that that process doesn't contemplate third-party involvement, yet more information will need to be provided before that decision is made, that is not a reason to withhold support for the proposal. Rather, it's only a reason that the support that's given be conditional on the regulator having regard to further work of a scientific kind. It's also worth bearing in mind that virtually every approval that is given will also be the subject of conditions subsequent. So far I've only been talking about conditions precedent, that is, things that have to be done before the approval is given, the water licence, the work plan approval, or whatever. But all these approvals are very likely to have conditions subsequent. And this is the usual way. In planning, it's usually that X, Y, and Z be done to the satisfaction of the responsible authority. And there can be similar with the other permissions. And the reason we have conditions subsequent in virtually every approval that is granted is because it's thought reasonable that more detailed work should occur after there is a permission, not only because that will be at a stage when there's an investment in detailed design, but also because it's not reasonable to expect those sorts of matters to be addressed before the proponent has certainty that they have a project. And there will be many conditions subsequent on all the permissions, and that likelihood, that very high likelihood, is a factor that needs to be taken into account in your task, and in particular in dealing with criticisms that will be made, I'm sure, that, oh, we don't have enough detail. This should be done, that should have been done. Well, if we make the analogy with a town planning case, for say a 12-storey apartment building, it's almost inevitable that there will be a condition on that there be a construction management plan that will detail what days might be worked, what hours might be worked, where the employee's vehicle should be parked, and so on and so forth. It's accepted that that is an appropriate matter to be dealt with by a condition subsequent. And that being so, there can never be a legitimate criticism that that's not done before the event, that is, before the permit is granted. And so too here, there will be many matters that are quite properly dealt with by conditions subsequent, in addition to the ones I've mentioned about that will be dealt with between the minister's assessment and a statutory approval. And we submit that that's a factor you should take into account in considering the criticisms that you're bound to hear along the lines of, oh, we don't know this, that hasn't been done, and so forth. Now that brings me to a different point, but nonetheless it's a point of principle that I want to address, namely you are entitled to and should rely on existing standards in relation to technical matters. For example, in relation to radiation, you are entitled to and should rely on standards that have been adopted by governments, the Australian government and the state government, in relation to radiation matters. Not only if they're in regulations, particularly if they are, but not only, but also if they're established policies. And that is because the purpose of such regulations and policies and guidelines is to assist other bodies in making decisions where compliance with technical standards arise. And it's also because this is not the right process to do it. Most environmental standards involve some form of trade-off. A trade-off between protecting the environment or the population, and between allowing an activity that has social or economic utility. And we sometimes have policies to seek to lower emissions to the lowest level possible or practicable or reasonably practicable. The words often differ. And on other occasions, we have set limits, X micrograms or whatever. Now, in my submission, you shouldn't be tempted into devising new standards in relation to technical matters where there are established standards. Our approach will be to rely on the established standards rather than seek to enter into the debate, which we say is properly a matter for others, about that. And this issue, of course, has arisen many, many times before in similar inquiries, and there's an array of cases where planning panels and VCAT have dealt with this issue. And if you want some further information about precedent in that respect, we'll provide it. You'll recall that when I went to the Environment Protection Act, there was one environmental principle dealing with relying on evidence, and I submit that that's another important principle. Let me see if I can get it. Here we are. It's section 19, actions or decisions. It's section 19, actions or decisions under this Act should be based on the best available evidence in the circumstances that is relevant and reliable. Now, we submit that decision making ought to be evidence-based, and if there is evidence that is sufficiently reliable and relevant, that should be preferred to perception. Now, I'm not saying that perceptions are irrelevant. You'll still have to hear what people have to say and what they perceive and weigh it in the balance, but it's not to be preferred to reliable evidence. And let me give an example of this. Let's take the wind direction. You'll recall you heard evidence last week of the windrows at the weather station on the Calbar site, and it showed that at certain times of the day, the strongest winds are from the southwest, and that accords with what you heard on your inspection, where residents said, "Oh, the prevailing wind is from the southwest." But it's very important to not take a perception and convert it into an unassailable fact, but rather you should take that and then look at some actual evidence, some scientific evidence, in order to form a conclusion as to the likely pattern of the wind. See, when it comes to perception of the wind, we don't actually notice the wind direction when the wind is light. And in particular, we don't notice it when the wind is slightly warmer. We tend to notice it when it is cold and strong. And based on the windrows, the cold and strong winds are most likely from the southwest, but it shouldn't be assumed that that's the only direction the wind comes from. But that's just an example. Now that leads me on to making some generalised submissions about the role of experts. An inquiry such as this is not a case in the courts, so it doesn't attract the civil onus of proof, let alone the criminal onus. There is no onus. Rather, it's an inquiry to find out and report on the wisest outcome. And further, it's being done using what I'll call the Victorian system of environmental and planning evaluation. And the Victorian system, which has evolved over the last 55 years, has always allowed material to be put forward other than through experts. And it has evolved that way in order to promote the accessibility of the system. And I, in previous roles I've held, have been a supporter of this because it does mean that we have a system that is far more accessible than those in other states. And so if a person comes along and presents information, well, it's something to be taken into account. And the fact that it's been presented in a submission doesn't make it unworthy of being taken into account. But it will tend to carry less weight than the evidence given by an expert, because the expert will usually be better qualified, indeed will very usually be better qualified. They will have committed to putting the panel first. They will have been subject to cross-examination. And so those are factors that tend to elevate the evidence to be given by an expert. What flows from this is that we can't claim that if we've called an expert on a topic and no other party has called an expert on that topic, that our expert must automatically be accepted. So I think, for example, we called an expert on air matters, air quality matters, and I don't think there's another expert being called on that by the council or MFG. Now, we accept that that does not mean that you must automatically accept that expert's evidence. You will need to weigh that together with other information you receive in order to arrive on your findings and recommendation, taking into account the things I've already said. I mention that because I think in one of the submissions I read, it was said, well, you're not calling an economic expert, therefore that somehow puts you in an inferior position when it comes to economic matters. Well, we don't accept that. We think that it's a matter of weighing up all the material. Now, there'll be some material which is inherently more suited to experts than other material. And that's particularly the case in technical disciplines, scientifically technical disciplines, in relation to, say, noise pollution, air pollution, traffic engineering and the like. And it's far less likely to be the case where we're dealing with more generalised topics such as economics. Now, in relation to the technical experts, the meetings that you required the experts to hold, we submit was a worthwhile and valuable process, and the conclusions that came out of that process are valuable to you. To give a couple of examples in relation to centrifuges, there was obviously a high degree of agreement, not 100%, but nonetheless a high degree of agreement, with essentially also agreement on what more might need to be done before the work plan is approved. And likewise, in other disciplines, we saw a similar thing. The other one I'm particularly referred to is in relation to the soils and rehabilitation, where we obviously had two experts who have a high respect for each other, where they were able to agree on many things. And in our submission, that tends to be a more valuable yardstick for you than when the experts are seeking to argue the toss, because if you can see what they've agreed on, that's a very good start to then evaluating the matter. And as it tends to isolate matters where there is no agreement, often which are actually less important or can be dealt with in a convenient and appropriate manner. Now, Mr. Chairman, that's all I wanted to say today. Mr. Waters has just emailed through the draft of the Part B submission, which I will go to settle shortly, and tomorrow we'll take you through that. I'll actually have Mr. Waters deal with parts of that, particularly in relation to water issues and ecology. So you won't be listening to me all day. You'll have a break and be able to listen to the more polished tones of Mr. Waters. So unless there are any questions of me, that completes what I want to say today, but we'll go into particularly matters of detail tomorrow when we present our Part B written submission.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Let me just check something. Okay, thank you. Just checking with my members. If there's any matters you wish to question arising out of that this afternoon? No, thank you, Mr. Morris. We'll leave it there for today. We will just getting a couple of notes. There's a few other tech notes that weren't mentioned today. I assume you'll take us to those tomorrow. Just also, I don't think the material in relation to Balranald and the Donald Mineral Sands mine, again, I'm not sure if they were tabled. You provided some reference, if they could be provided as well.
Yeah, I can. It's a question of how much do you want? Do you want all the details or just sufficient to?
I think the extracts with a reference to the full document so that we know where they came from.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. Thank you. We'll move to a close there. We're due to start at 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning to hear that Part B submission. My committee, if we could just meet briefly in our other room. Other than that, thank you. We'll close there for today and we'll start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.